Ladies and gentlemen, and joining us here in the stands, we're excited to welcome you to today's Open Hereford and presented Simmental female show here this morning. Folks, you're going to see some of the finest showmen as well as some of the finest cattle from across the United States walking across these green chips here this morning. So once again, thank you for joining us here. The judge of today's Open Percentage Simmental show will be Brian and his son Zane Barrigy of Barrigy Cattle Company from Montana. They run a purebred and commercial Angus herd and sell bulls and elite females throughout the year. Zane and his wife Sam and their boys are heavily involved in the cattle industry back at the ranch. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Brian and Zane Barrigy here to the Green Chips. This is your first call, Class 4 Hereford. First call, Class 4 Hereford to the makeup arena. This is your first call, Class 4 and 5 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 4 and 5 percentage Simmentals. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to introduce our judge for our Open Hereford show today, Mr. Will Core. Will Core, originally from Selma, North Carolina, attended Black Hawk East Junior College, where he was a member of the 2013 National Champion and Junior College Livestock Judging Team. After his time at Black Hawk East, he went on to attend Western Illinois University, where he competed his senior collegiate livestock judging career and received his BS in Ag Business. Will, alongside of his wife Lauren and their two sons, Stokely and Bowen, now reside in Greenfield, Ohio, where they own and operate Core Cattle. Core Cattle's main focus is raising and selling high-quality show cattle and multiple breeds that are offered in their various sales biannually. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Will Core from Ohio.
Here to start off our percentage Simmental show. We have a really nice single entry 2-year-old out here doing a whale of a job on her calf, big stout calf. Love the bone and the structure to this cow and love the length, the added performance that she give her calf. Just an excellent pair.
Good morning. Definitely a pleasure to be here with you guys today here on the Hereford side of things, and something I've really been looking forward to ever since I got the call. Definitely an opportunity that I take very seriously, and something that don't get very often. So to be out here on the green chips today and get to sort through these cattle is my absolute pleasure, and look forward to it. The pair that's going to lead us off and actually go ahead and be your grand champion pair, young ladies brought us a very nice cow here, very good looking, very fresh about her front end, chest and everything balanced, her shoulder, her forerib, everything fits in correctly, still very good at the ground in terms of her structure, one that's probably still the most adequate in terms of her udder, and then she's got a very, very nice bull calf here, stout, rugged made dude for his age, and one that's definitely going to have a lot of quality. In my opinion, they started us rather handily. Our respective reserve here, I think the decision gets a little closer here for reserve, and I think you can kind of go either way. I thought this cow maybe offered a shot more stoutness, a shot more power. She's probably one that's a little leveler there out of her hip, and also a cow that maybe is a little bit leveler down through her udder. Cow that obviously has got more age on her. She's showing that down there in terms of her teat size and the length of them, but still a very nice calf here behind her. Very good looking bull calf that definitely is going to have a bright future in front of him. Young man's cow that's going to roll around here, that's going to round us out. That cow is very big-bodied, very massive individual. Female for me that was a little concerning there in terms of her udder. The female that I'd like to see maybe a little bit better there through her front two quarters. A female that still is very, very good looking from the side, has very big feet up underneath her, and her calf also is very nice. Maybe a calf that obviously we want to see just a shot more body in at this stage in the game, but a very nice pair show, if you will. Let's put your hands together for a very nice trio there.
This is your second call, Class 4 Herefords. Second call, Class 4 Hereford. This is your second call, Class 4 and 5, percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 4 and 5. And a note to all of our exhibitors and attendees, don't forget to check out lindysPhotos.com to see all the various photos from around the North American. Once again, be sure to check out lindysPhotos.com to see all of Lindy and her assistant photographer's photos from around the North American. Third call, Class 4 Herefords. Your third call, Class 4 Herefords. Your Class 1 results of your Open Hereford show. In first place went to entry number 283, and also your champion, cow-calf pair, WBS Advantage Wilma, number 6, exhibited by Haley Ferguson of Windsor, Missouri. Second place went to entry number 285, DF300W Oz, 1210, exhibited by Durst Farms of Tip City, Ohio. Third place went to entry number 286, GCC51Y Miss Brooke, 205, exhibited by Durst Farms of Tip City. This is your third and final call, Class 4 and 5 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 4 and 5 percentage Simmentals. Results of Class number 1 of your percentage Simmental Female Open Show. Your champion, cow-calf pair, goes to entry number 396, TT Blackburn KO3, exhibited by Kristen Siegel of California, Missouri. Now exhibiting in the Simmental ring is Class number 2 of your percentage Simmental heifers.
Really nice set of heifers to start off our Simmental influence heifers. Big stout heifer to start off our class. With a heifer with this much to her, I think this heifer flexes. She gets out and travels really good. She's soft in her pasterns, really good in her bone work, really strong. Yet she's still got some femininity and length out through that front end. A heifer with a lot to her. Heifer that kind of followed her for us today is this heifer in second. Giving up a little bit in terms of depth of rib, but I think she's got plenty for the stage she's in. I think this heifer's got a lot of future to her, a lot of length of spine, extremely feminine. Really nice female coming out here in third. Giving up a little bit in terms of performance, but I think on down the road, this heifer, you really like the cleanliness in her joints, heifer that's extended out through that front end, really well balanced, just a nice female. Next heifer coming around, a heifer you really like for her length of spine, maybe giving up just a little bit when we put her in motion. She wants to get just a little stiff as we watch her track away from us from the rear, but again, being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Red heifer coming out here. You really love this heifer on the stand, but again, another one that wants to get up in her top just a little bit, be just a little more restricted in her movement and her flex when we put her in motion. We get on down into the class. We got some heifers that maybe don't quite fit up with the heifers at the top of the class in terms of cleanliness through their shoulders and necks, heifers that just don't profile out today, but again, extremely strong class of females.
We sorted through a trio of pairs there, and then it didn't take no time to kind of get in the heat here on the Hereford side of things. And I'm out here sorting through these Mays and Junes, and quite honestly, what's going through my head is, man, this is like looking at elementary football and asking me which one's going to be the best in the NFL, because here's the deal. These things are young, they're juvenile, and I guess for me personally, what I'm going to do is I'm always going to revert back to structure. That's the hardest thing, at least for us at home, to fix the longer we have these cattle on feed and the more they mature. So when I do that, the young man's calf here that's going to lead off, I think does so just in terms of her looseness of build. That animal is so good in terms of her hip, her hind leg, and then you get up on top of that one, you study how her feet hit the surface and how comfortable she is. It is absolutely spot on today. Now, critics are going to say she's a little open there at the top side of her shoulder and maybe a little loose right there behind it. I could definitely see that, and that's where I want to fix her. You lay that shoulder into her body wall there, tidy her up right there at the top side of her shoulder. But in terms of looseness of build, balance, proportionality with a quality look, that one's the one I land on. The calf here in 2 is quite interesting to me because this one, I guess, is a little bit more my speed in terms of where she's at in terms of condition and maturity. That thing from her shoulder forward is elite. I mean, that is an awesome head shape, a tidy throat, awesome in terms of where her chest and her sternum set in her at this stage in the game. Still very good in terms of her body cavity yet. Female for me, when we ask them to go, and you know, if you're watching, you could see it. We're fighting the halter. We're battling through these cattle, probably going out to their first show. Today, she looked a little straighter in her knee to me. I'd like to lay that back in her, but that's an extremely, extremely high quality one. Young man has an awesome haired one here, soft haired, awesome in terms of her presentation, very well put together. When the cattle are on the standstill, this one keeps moving up and up and up the line just because of how everything fits together, her lines, her balance, and how everything is pieced together in terms of the upper part of her skeleton, her loin, her tail head. Everything balances, everything makes sense. The problem is when we pull the cattle to lead, she's a little shifted forward there in her shoulder. I'd like to lay that back and make her more comfortable there on her front end. Young lady's got a big, long, stretchy one here in 4. Very extended, very, very good looking from the side. This one we got to tweak right there in terms of her hip structure. Pick those pins up, level her out, and then as we ask those cattle to go away, she wants to kind of come in there underneath herself, maybe just not quite as genuine in terms of her shape as the ones right in front of her. Young lady does an absolutely exceptional job of getting this one stuck. She gets every ounce of quality out of this animal, and this one is beautiful on the park. I mean, long, extended, smooth shoulder, big bodied, good hipped. Everything looks incredible here, and it might be her first trip to town, but today we were a little tilty up front in terms of our structure. We were a little uncoordinated there and a little hesitant in our step from behind, and that's why she got shifted down the line, but extremely high quality, big-bodied one there. Here's the freak. There's no doubt about it. That is one long, extended, wild-looking animal. And when she first came in, she intrigued me. I love the out-and-there pieces. This one has the pieces and may have the highest ceiling of any of them. Today, we're a little too straight up front. We were getting very kind of awkward in terms of how our rear foot was hitting the surface. Like I said, long neck, big bodied, absolute, very, very unique animal. As we kind of come down the line here, we come to some more cattle that maybe need a shot more punch. This young lady's female is awesome down her top line. Very good in terms of her hip structure and how long and level it is. I thought she needed stoutened up at the ground, maybe needed a shot of middle body there to make her balance a little better from the side. Young man, stout constructed calf here, wanting to fight him. Got a little planer up front through her head and neck. A long extended one the young lady brings us here, maybe a little straighter there in her shoulder, maybe a little flatter out of her hip. And then the young lady that rounds us out, still one that has a great deal of quality to her. I commend these breeders and exhibitors in terms of how high quality that class was. That young lady's calf maybe just ran out of power and mass. Very, very good class there to get us started.
In your Class 2 results of your Open Hereford show, in first place goes to entry number 11, HR 704E Penny 421, owned and exhibited by Maley and Ellie Porch of Lewisburg, Tennessee. In second place goes to entry Second place in class number 2 of your Open Hereford show goes to entry number 15, Purple Carmen 97M, owned and exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. In third place, entry number 2 goes to Showtime Kiana 427, owned and exhibited by Weston and Barrett Ward of Greens Fork, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 14, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 13, exhibited by Gentry Crozer of Kansas, Ohio. In sixth place, entry number 6, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Seventh place, entry number 10, exhibited by Showtime Cattle Company. Eighth place, entry number 1, exhibited by Sophia Taylor. In ninth place, entry number 5, exhibited by Taylor and Owen Loudman. In 10th place, entry number 4, exhibited by Chloe Patrick.
Again, a really strong set of heifers out here. To start off our class, I think this heifer's kind of the all-around for us today. She kind of fits the kind of cattle we like in terms of her levelness in her underline, her femininity out through her front end, the smoothness of her bone work. Heifer, I think, has got a lot of future on down the road. Just an excellent female. Heifer in second closely follows her. A little stouter bone kind of heifer, and with that, maybe just a tick coarser. Maybe you like to pick her up just a little bit when she plants that heel on her rear leg. Just give her just a little more heel, get her up just a little bit. But that's being pretty picky on an awful stout, real long spine female with a lot of body to her. Next heifer coming out, a heifer with a lot of future to her. A little leaner maybe than the heifers at the top of the class, but I think this heifer's got a load of future to her. Really feminine and upright in that neck. Heifer that gets out and moves adequately for us today. Just giving up a little bit in terms of forerib to the heifers above her today. Really nice bald face heifer come out next. A heifer just giving up a little bit in terms of performance and overall length of spine to the heifers that are at the head of this class, but a heifer with a load of future out there. Real long spined heifer coming out here next. A heifer maybe like to get her down just a little bit and relax her just a little in that spine as we put her in motion. But again, being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Congratulations, nice class.
Once again, third and final call, Class 4 Herefords. You should be in the makeup arena. Class 4 Herefords to the makeup arena immediately. This is your second call, Class number 5 Hereford. Second call, Class 5 Hereford. Results of your percentage Simmentals from class number 2. In first place goes to entry number 240, SNSTSSC She Is Something, exhibited by Trey Davis of Ivy, South Carolina. In second place, entry number 234, SNS Cowan Desiree, 4633M, exhibited by Caitlin Sherman of LaGrange, Indiana. Third place, entry number 235, Horseman GSE Rosetta 654M, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company of West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 238, exhibited by Griffin Hoff of St. Marin, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 236, exhibited by Connolly Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. Sixth place, entry number 239, exhibited by Orchard Acres. Seventh place, entry number 227, Lundy Farms. Eighth place, entry number 231, exhibited by Lucas Walker. Your Class 3 results: in first place, entry number 249, SNSTSSC Maine Miley Cyrus, exhibited by Eli Walther and Schaefer Show Cattle. In second place, entry number 255, Jasaw Hua 4310M, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. In third place, entry number 246, TCLC Emio 430M, exhibited by Tyler Miller of Atlanta, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 250, exhibited by Kylie Barker of Kendallville, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 256, exhibited by Garrett Roush of Spencer, Ohio. Now entering in the ring is a selection of your Division I champion percentage Simmental heifer.
Out our show today. Two real nice classes of heifers that were deep and had some competition. We felt these two heifers that were our class winners kind of came to their respective class winner position just off of femininity and completeness, balance. Heifers that still have a lot of future left to them. And their respective seconds, we thought sure fit right in here. Zane will go out and show you the way we like them today. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Division I champion percentage Simmental female goes to entry number 249, SNSTSSC Maine Miley Cyrus, exhibited by Eli Walther and Schaefer Show Cattle. Your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 255 from class number 3, Jason Woe 4310M, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa.
We'll get over here in your Aprils on the Hereford side of things, and we're kind of obviously battling. You could see it there on that top three. All three of these cattle aren't necessarily wanting to be the greatest show heifers here this morning, so when we kind of battle through that and we get them out here, I told the young lady, why don't you start us off? And she said, whoa, me in first? And I said, yes, are you okay with that? And she gladly went ahead to the front of the line, female here that I guess the longer we study the cattle, the more comfortable I become with this female. This heifer, I think, has the distinct advantage within this top trio in terms of her shoulder, her knee, and her front foot, and how she uses the front side of her skeleton there. That neck comes high out the top side of her shoulder. She's so attractive. That one's so good in terms of her head shape, her ear set, and how everything is pieced together there on the front side of her. But then as you work from there back, she's still explosive and opened up at this stage in the game for her body cavity. And a female, for me, I guess that I definitely read just right in terms of her condition. I think that this is a genuine animal that's big-footed and can get out and travel. I think the decision is very, very close here between 2 and 3, and if you want to switch them and talk them, hey, that's great, and I'm going to listen to you because I think it's extremely intriguing. The female in 2 has the biggest pieces of any animal out here. That female is so good in terms of how stout and powerful she is, but still bringing it to you in a ladylike package. A female, as you step in behind the cattle, is so overwhelming in terms of her pin set and her natural dimension. A female for me today, like, gets a little maybe shorter there in her hip, was kind of wanting to put them down a shot hard there from behind, but when she can finally give you that look, it is very, very high quality. Young lady's calf in 3, I'll be honest, from her shoulder back, this is where I want to be. I love this one in terms of her rib and her body cavity, so long and level here in her hip. I think her hip design, her tail head, and her loin is where we need to kind of be, especially at this stage in the game, in terms of how her spine and everything is put together up top there. A female for me, where I struggled with her, is up front. I'd like to see her just get out of that front skeleton with a shot more reach and flex. The calf in 4 is interesting because there's times that I think she maybe even needs to start us. She's so overwhelming in terms of her body, so just burly and ready to go, but at the same time I remind myself, like, hey, we're in the April calves in November. For me, we got to dial this one back in terms of her condition. Just pull her back, make her a shot fresher. She's already kind of wanting to get a shot of jaw there on us. I do appreciate that animal, though, for what she brings to the table. Young lady's calf that rounds us out, fresh and good looking, long-bodied cattle that still is very good in her lines. Maybe we just need a shot more to her today. A very high quality class of Aprils there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of class number 3 of your Open Hereford Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 21, CFCC Millie 216M, exhibited by McKenna Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. In second place, entry number 17, CFCC Mila 21M, exhibited by Emily Allen of Lolita, Texas. In third place, entry number 20, GS Wildwood Rose M29, exhibited by Grimmel Shockey Cattle Company of Manhattan, Kansas. Fourth place goes to entry number 18, exhibited by Kennedy Hoffman of Thedford, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry number 19, exhibited by Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. This is your first call, Class 6 Herefords. First call, Class 6 Herefords. This is your second call, Class 6, percentage Simmental, second call, Class 6.
interesting set of females here in this class. We're going to start off with probably the balance heifer for me today. A heifer, you love her outline. When you look at her, she's level in that underline. She's extended out through that front end, really level out over that hip. A heifer, when we put her in motion, she flexes really nice, takes a nice full stride. As we get into the second place heifer just a little more rigid, and as we put her in motion, she wants to get a little steep in that front, maybe push that neck up just a little bit more than we like today. Really admire in terms of her stoutness and thickness. Heifer with an extremely lot of length to her. Heifer coming out here in third, giving up some performance to those top two heifers, but a heifer with a lot of future. You love the outline of this heifer, the upheadedness, the femininity to her. Heifer, when we put her in motion, she gets out and covers her track really well. Just a nice female. Heifer coming out next, we really like this heifer's outline. Maybe like to free her up just a little bit in her pastern and in her rear leg when we put her in motion, but extremely nice female. Next heifer coming out, really nice outline. Maybe wants to get up in that tail head just a little for us today, but again, a really nice female. Next heifer coming out, just giving up some pounds and some depth to the heifers that started the class.
Your Class 4 results are your percentage Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 267, RPCMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 260, DTHHTSSC Carmen 4036M, exhibited by Callie Baldwin and Schaefer Show Cattle of Winchester, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 261, Horseman Rosetta 417M, exhibited by Horseman Cattle Company of West Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth place goes to entry number 273, exhibited by Drew Veslage of Brownstown, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 276, exhibited by James Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. Sixth place, entry number 265, exhibited by Lucas Walker of Gilson, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental ring is class number 5. This is your third and final call, class 6. Third and final call, class 6 percentage Simmental heifers. This is your first call, class 7. First call, class 7 percentage Simmental heifers. Second call, class 6 Herefords. Second call, class 6 Herefords.
We get out here in another class of Aprils, and man, this is tough, and it's interesting to kind of dive in and sort through these cattle. Quite honestly, what I wish I could do, I wish I could look down here, tell you guys to block the gate, and we take the halter off of this one that leads us off, because I'd love to just see her kind of get out and go. When I asked those final two cattle right here to just take about 5 or 6 steps up, it was the best she had moved the whole time in terms of not fighting the halter. And when she did that, it just solidified the fact that she needed to start. That one is so elegant up front in terms of her head, her neck, and her chest. That one is still put together very well in terms of her shoulder and her forerib. Still very massive in terms of her body cavity at this stage in the game. Now, I'm going to be the first to tell you, when she's fighting it, she looks awkward on her front end structure, and that's what challenged me the most. I wish she was a shot squarer in terms of how she came at me. I wish she was a shot more genuine there in terms of how she hit the surface on her front skeleton there. When, like I said, when she finally took a couple steps there, though, I still think that's the highest quality animal within this particular drive. The young man's calf here in 2 is on the opposite end of the spectrum, a little bit more moderate, a little bit more compact type of an animal, but still, in my opinion, quality comes in all types and shapes and sizes, and I identify with this one. She's loose spined. She's very good on the move in terms of how she gets out and travels. The only thing that I question on this one is she's a little bit more what I would call refined in terms of her foot size, in terms of how much mass that she has up high. I would like to intensify her there at the ground and just make that match. And if you were to get nitpicky, you could kind of extend her out and make her a shot more attractive. This female is the puzzling one to me, because there's times that she can give you one of the best looks that you can ask for in terms of from the side profile here, in terms of drawing a silhouette and just asking one to give you a balanced look. That female is very good at that. She is awesome down her top line and out of her hip. Everything just kind of runs a shot downhill up front, though. She's a little bit lower tined female, a little bit longer bladed female, that chest kind of sits down a little bit lower there. I'd kind of like to elevate everything up front, and I think that would move her up the line. The female here in 4 is one that there are some very unique pieces there. That is a long neck, a big body, and a stout hip. It's just blending those pieces together is what gets a shot more challenging. She's a little bit tighter there in terms of her forerib and down through her heart. A female that maybe wants to give a little there in her loin, I'd like to set that tail head down in her. Like I said, very unique pieces. Just need to blend them together a shot better. Female here, the young lady brings around next, is very nice on the standstill. I love this animal in terms of how massive she is. Very good in terms of her hip. Long, level, set right in terms of her pins, her tail head, everything fits back there. She has a very nice and what I would call functional set to her hock. Maybe just not the most attractive, kind of wants to get up underneath herself, and then that causes her to get a shot awkward there on her ankle and how it hits the ground. Young man's long-bodied, stout-ended one here just needs a shot more center cavity there to help her balance better from the side. Young man's calf here that comes next, very good in terms of her look, her head, her neck, and her chest. That animal just got a little too tilty for me on both ends of her skeleton. Would like to see her shot more flexible. And then the young lady's calf that rounds us out, long and level, very nice animal in terms of her top side skeleton. Bottom line, we just run out of calf there. We just need more to her.
Third and final call, Class 6 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 6 Herefords. This is your second call, Class 7 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 7.
Really nice set of heifers out here. We've got some differences in kinds and type, and with that, we had to make some decisions. The heifer we're going to start off with, we felt was the combination heifer for us, a heifer that's got some softness to the center portion of her body. You love the way her neck sets out of the top of her shoulder. You love the fact that she has some chest floor, she has some base width, and when she gets out on the move, you really like the way she gets around the ring. Heifer in second, you love the outline of this heifer. Really extremely attractive, extremely level through that underline. But when we set this heifer in motion, we'd like to maybe power her up on her rear too, maybe widen her out just a little bit to run with the heifer at the top of the class. That being said, next heifer out, really wide heifer, lots of body to her, but she doesn't want to carry that quite as nice, just a little sloppier in that underline, but being pretty picky on an awful powerful female. But again, we'd just like to clean her up just a little bit in that underline for us today. Next heifer out, we really like this heifer when she comes set. She really is nice and up-headed. Wants to push just a little more brisket than some of the heifers above her today, but again, a really nice female. Real long-spined heifer coming out here next, but just a little more rigid, not quite the softness through the center portion of her body, not quite the rib cage as we had in some of the heifers at the top of the class. Red heifer coming out next, extremely nice female, just giving up a little bit in terms of pizzazz to some of the heifers above her, has just a little more condition on her through that underline than we like, but again, being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Really nice class.
Results of class number 4 of your Hereford Open Show. In first place, entry number 9, CFCC HPH Marley 26M, exhibited by Olivia and Hadley Eubank of Oblong, Illinois. In second place, entry number 23, 132E Vicky 4074, exhibited by Cottage Hill Farm of Petersburg, West Virginia. Third place, entry number 24, 4DRCC Kiana 2402, exhibited by Marley Granis of Flemingburg, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 25, exhibited by Kylie Gillespie of Toulon, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 31, exhibited by Avery Rowlett of Waverly, Tennessee. In sixth place, entry number 27, Brooke Bain. Seventh place, entry number 29, Purple Rain Cattle Company. And eighth place, entry number 30, exhibited by Haley Ferguson. Now exhibiting the Hereford ring is class number 5 of your spring heifer calves. This is your first call, class 7 Herefords. First call, class 7 Herefords. Third and final call, class 7 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, class 7. Results of class number 5 of your percentage Simmental females. In first place goes to entry number 280, XTB Mona Lisa M22, exhibited by Tylee Elmore and XTB Cattle Company and Elmore Cattle Services of Waukomis, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 285, CFSC Queen 407M, exhibited by Peyton Klauser of West Point, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 286, Block Limitless Bucks 909M, exhibited by Trey Davis of Ivy, South Carolina. In fourth place, entry number 282, exhibited by Genevieve Sheets of Jefferson, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 290, exhibited by Lane Simon of Osgood, Indiana. Sixth place, entry number 284, exhibited by Holly Barga of Cedarville, Ohio. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental heifer ring is a selection of your Division II champion female.
Really nice division of heifers here in our Sim Influence show. We had 2 class winners here we think are similar in kind, heifers that are both going to make really nice cows. They have that center portion of body to them, heifers that are soft through the middle. They're still upright and up-headed enough and feminine through that front end. I think 2 heifers, when we put them in motion, they get out and travel adequate for us today. Just some minor differences. Zane will go out and show you how we like them today. Congratulations to our division winners.
This is your first call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Congratulations, your Division II champion. Here, your percentage Simmental heifer show goes to entry number 267. RP CMFM Wildfire M6, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 280, XTB Mona Lisa M22, exhibited by Tiley Elmore, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services of Waukomis, Oklahoma. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental ring is class number 6.
Get out here in these younger March class here, and I'll be the first to tell you, if you're ringside and you think that one absolutely has to win, it's probably because you're involved with it, because I think you can kind of go several different ways and justify it, and I think it's really interesting to sit out here and break down these cattle. With that being said, when we kind of made that final lap here, not only am I more comfortable with the heifer in first's condition over the heifer in second, I'm also more comfortable with her hip and her hind leg right now at this stage in the game, especially her tail head and how that sets into her spine. This heifer's flexibility and look from the side is absolutely spot on today. Now, I'm the first to tell you, she does not come at you square enough for me. I want to square her up front. I want to correct those front feet, and I want to see her travel at you a shot more genuine. But right here, if you were standing where I am, that look of quality and balance, I think, is what gets her to the top. The young lady's female here in 2 is more massive. She is denser and she is burlier, but that is with some condition. I would like to dial her back, in my opinion, just for me and where I want to be at this stage in the game. Also, if you want to get ultra critical on a very high quality female, a female that I would like to see just use that hawk and just reach and grab ground with a shot more agility, but still a female that I thought was very, very high end. The young lady's calf here in 3, maybe not just overall tricked out bells and whistles one, but this is just a bad to the bone functional female for me. Very loose backed, very loose spined, awesome in terms of her structure. Now, with our looseness of build, I'm the first one that kind of gets a little agitated with the guys calling them loose built and then saying they need to be a little better in their forerib. It's not her forerib that bugs me, it's the top side of her shoulder. I'd like to lay that into her body cavity a shot there, but a female, like I said, maybe not as just elite in terms of her pieces, but a very, very functional, intriguing one there. The calf in 4 is on the opposite end of the spectrum. This one's long-necked. She's incredible looking. This is the show heifer of that pair. You have to ask yourself, though, is that one handle or hind wheel coordinated enough today? She kind of wanted to pull those in and just get a shot more hesitant in terms of how she hit the green chips. The young lady's calf here that comes next, I think, can give you an exceptional look right here. My problem with her is at the ground up front in terms of her knee and her shoulder angle. When you couple that with the fact that she's a shot plainer about her head and her throat latch, that's why she got shifted down the line from that one shoulder back. She's very, very nice. The young lady's female presented very good here. She gets her shown to a very high level. A female on the top side of her skeleton, I think, can run with any cattle within this particular drive. It's when we work from there down is where we run into our issues. We run out of body. We run out of just her comfort level in terms of her front end structure. Young man's big burly heifer here in terms of her muscle, in terms of her just overall density to her skeleton. A female that with that added power maybe comes a little bit more jammed up front, maybe comes off a little rounder there in terms of her shoulder design. The gentleman brings us a very long-bodied, high-performing, very extended female here that kind of got a shot more navel, a shot more chest, and came off a shot plainer to me. And then the young lady's calf that rounds us out is big bone, big-footed. Gotta love the power that she brings to the table. Maybe the one that I struggled the most there in terms of her flexibility.
Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmentals. At this time, we'd also like to recognize your 2025 National Hereford Queen from Georgia, Miss Natalie Belcher. We'd also like to recognize her sister this year, Miss Carrie Lee Mills. So congratulations once again to our National Hereford Queen. Your Class 5 results of your Open Hereford Female Show: in first place, entry number 37, Purple Clark's Boys Salsa 57M, exhibited by Suitor Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In second place, entry number 36, Ramsey Ruby's Doobie 405, exhibited by Leah Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 44, SRF Miss Lily, exhibited by Taylor and Owen Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 33, exhibited by Sarah Warden of Greenbrier, Arkansas. Fifth place, entry number 288, exhibited by Fritz Farm, LLC, and Ella Fritz of Westminster, Maryland. In sixth place, entry number 43, exhibited by Delaney Chester. Seventh place, entry number 32, exhibited by Craig Stasky. In eighth place, entry number 41, exhibited by Kyra Sayer. In ninth place, entry number 162, exhibited by Haley Ferguson. This is your third and final call, Class 7 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 7 Hereford. This is your first call, Class 8. First call, Class 8 Hereford. Second call, Class 8 percentage Simmental. Second call, Class 8.
Interesting class of heifers over here on the Simmental side. Heifer that comes to the top for us, really smooth, really nice in her condition, a heifer that's really fresh in her appearance. She comes out of the top of her shoulder blades through her neck, really nice. A heifer that's got a lot of spring of rib and a lot of depth of side. Heifer's really smooth and fluid in her movements and her bone work. Just a really nice female. Heifer coming out next, similar to her in terms of length of spine, but just a little more condition on her than probably she needed today. Wants to get just a little lower headed, maybe not quite the spring of rib we had in the heifer that starts the class. Next heifer coming out, you love the profile of this heifer, really extremely attractive, just like the changer at the ground on those front feet. Maybe clean those up just a little bit, but again, being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Baldy heifer coming out here next, heifer that's really fresh in her condition. She's given up a little bit in terms of performance today, but I think this heifer's got a lot of future to her. You love the profile, you love when we put her in motion, she gets out and takes a nice full stride. Just an excellent female with a lot of future. A little more heavily conditioned pair of heifers coming out here next. Heifers that we'd like to clean up. Just it helps them when they put them in motion, and it helps their overall appearance. But again, pretty powerful females in terms of size and length. Heifers with some stretch to them and a lot of performance.
Your Class 6 results are your percentage Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 298, Wallace Yolanda 388L, exhibited by Sash Doling of Fairgrove, Missouri. In second place, entry number 293, Valley Oaks Princess 3251L, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In third place, entry number 294, Seldom Rest Bardo 3220L, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sebawing, Michigan. Fourth place, entry number 291, exhibited by MK Livestock of Wadey, Kentucky. In fifth place, entry number 299, exhibited by Cody Olson of Nowata, Oklahoma. In sixth place, entry number 324, exhibited by Callie Ray Childers. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental ring is class number 7. This is your third and final call, Class 8, third and final call, Class 8 percentage Simmental heifers. This is your first call, Class 9, first call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals.
We get out here in the last class of this particular division, and it's been a division that has been extremely good. I guess it only took about 3 steps in this heifer up front to walk in, and I said, "Hello, beautiful," and that's about all it wrote, because even when I got down to the top 2 cattle and asked them to make that final circle, that one's just that much more comfortable, that much more genuine in terms of how she hits the surface. She's balanced, she's big-bodied, she's good looking. The young lady's calf here in 2 actually, in my opinion, looks kind of like a maintainer, and I freaking love it. I mean, that one is way, way out there. I mean, she is stout, she is big boned, she is awesome haired, and that thing has a neck and a head attachment that is absolutely high end. For me to just lay into that one and say right there's where we need to be. She kind of hinges a shot weird there out of her hip. That causes her to get a shot more awkward there in terms of her rear foot, how it hits the surface, but a very, very high quality pair of them there to lead us off. The young lady's calf here in 3 is a burly, massive animal, and that one, I guess that one for me is the meat and potatoes. I mean, that is a big body, a stout hip, and just a dense creature. The problem is when we dive in, she's got a shot just bigger and more awkward set and shape there to her hock. She kind of gets a little bolder and more opened up there about her shoulder. If that was laid into her body cavity a shot better, I could see her moving up the line. The opposite end of the spectrum here for the young lady's calf in 4th that just came around, I switched that pair of cattle because standing there, I identified with this one's freshness, length, and extension at this stage in the game. I appreciate her freshness. The problem was when I watched those 2 cattle make their way over to their initial placings, I didn't realize that this one was just that more awkward in terms of her rear foot and how it just was shaped and how that caused her to hit the green shavings. That one needs to be just a shot more agile there to kind of go back to the 3rd place or even more up the line. This young lady's female, in terms of her spine, her hip, and her levelness and how her pins are set in, is absolutely spot on. As we work our way down from there, she's shifted forward in her shoulder. That causes everything to run a shot more downhill and lose her arrogance and presence as we ask the cattle to go. The young man's calf here that's going to bring next is very, very elegant, very nice. I love this animal from her shoulder back. The problem is when we study this front knee and the foot placement there, that becomes very concerning for me as we project these cattle out. We got to lay that one back there for me to be more comfortable. The 2 young ladies that round us out, both of these cattle are long-bodied. Both of them actually have a good deal of just muscle and just density to them at this stage in the game. I thought the young lady's female there that's going out the gate now was just a shot more comfortable on the go. The young lady's female, like I said, rounding us out, still a stout, genuine animal that still has plenty of quality. Maybe the animal that I studied a shot more with in terms of her structure, but a very high-end class there with a very, very good top pair.
Second call, Class 8 Herefords. Second call, Class 8 Herefords. This is your second call, Class 9 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 9. This time, we'd like to recognize our Hereford royalty once again, your National Hereford Queen from Georgia, Miss Natalie Belcher. We'd also like to recognize Miss Brenna Perkins, your Kentucky Hereford Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the Hereford royalty. This is your third and final call, Class 8 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 8 Herefords.
We get out here for this first division on the Hereford side of things, and guys, this has been next level. I mean, this is high-end stuff out here, and as Hereford breeders, as Hereford enthusiasts, you guys should be extremely pumped up. I guess, in my opinion, with these class winners and respective seconds that we have out here, and just the quality that they bring to the table, I think is it's mind-blowing. Really, and I think it just speaks volumes about this breed. I'm not big on talking divisions, I guess, but in my opinion, there's nothing worse than coming to a show and not knowing why you got beat. So here we go. Young man's calf up front. Wins the May class there, and did so because of how just loose built and how awesome she was in terms of her feet and legs. We criticized her there in that particular class in terms of being a little open there at the top side of her shoulder. As we get her back out here, maybe one that just wants to run downhill a shot, but I still identify with that one in terms of her skeletal quality and the eliteness of flexibility that she brings to the table. Young ladies calf there out of class 2 is one that we really, really liked. I still identify with this one. Her look, her presence, and her balance is absolutely spot on in my opinion, and she couples that with plenty of bone, plenty of foot, and plenty of muscle. A female, I guess for me, we criticize her there in that class, or maybe just wanting to pick her up ever so slightly there in her pin set, but that's getting critical of one that I think is very, very high end. Young lady's calf comes out of class 3. She wanted to fight her real bad there within that particular class, but I still felt it was undoubtable she was the most high end one with the biggest ceiling, and I think that female out here maybe still has the highest ceiling of any of them. I say that because her pieces are so elite and so unique that if they can stay together, that if they can kind of trend in the right direction, then it's going to get very, very interesting. Today, you could criticize her for maybe not being as genuine as how she hits the surface up front in terms of a squareness of her front foot when she comes right at you, but like I said, very, very, very good. Young man's calf that comes out of the 4th class here is one that we talked about that class, maybe not one that just reached out and said, hey, Will, I'm here to win, but that animal, I guess, rose to the top just in terms of her maturity pattern, her condition and where she sets today and how comfortable I am with that. And then you couple that with the fact of how she looks from the side when we get her back out here, maybe a shot more just flatter and more juvenile in terms of her overall skeletal dimension and true width, but still a very nice one. We talked the last class there. We talked about this female when she came in. I guess that one puts a lot of things together for me, just in terms of being balanced, being huge-bodied, being awesome structured, but not being too far along there in terms of her condition. So comfortable with that one in terms of her feet, in terms of her legs, and how genuine she is in terms of her skeleton. Very, very high-end one there, coupled back with a female there that came second out of that class, and how just out there she is. That is extremely intriguing. I think it's rather straightforward in terms of which one we need to use to win. I think it gets extremely, extremely close for reserve. If you will, put your hands together for an awesome lineup for your first division.
Excellent pair of heifers to start off this class. These heifers, you could shake them up and switch them back and forth, and we did in our mind. I think we start off with the black heifer today. I think she just shows us a little more length of side through the center portion of her body, and she carries that well. She's extremely smooth and level through that underline, extended out through that front end. A heifer with a lot of smoothness. Maybe like to power up just a little bit from behind in terms of muscle shape, but that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Red heifer maybe has that added width, I think, but gives up just a little bit in terms of length through the center portion of her body. You love the shape through her rib and her upheadedness. Just an extremely nice female. Probably the most muscular heifer coming out here in third. Shows a lot of length of side, just not quite the softness through the center portion of her body for us today, but I think this heifer's got a lot of future on down the road. Extremely upheaded, a lot of muscle shape. You love the way she sets off that rear. So we get on down here in a little white heifer with a white spot, giving up a little bit in terms of performance today, but I think in terms of kind, this heifer kind of fits right in here. She's extremely attractive from the side profile. When you put her in motion, she covers her track really nice. Just like to pull her apart just a little bit and give her just a little more performance to get any higher today. Next heifer coming out, you love the length of spine of this heifer, and you love the way she gets out and travels. Just like to see her do it with a little more ease, and like to give her just a little more shape to that lower rib cage. Next heifer coming out, not quite as nice in terms of how she carries her condition. Like to clean her up just a little bit in that underline. Real nice female coming out here next, but again, the heifer is carrying just a little more condition, maybe needs to handle it just a little nicer today to get any higher on this pair of heifers.
Third call, Class 9, percentage Simmental's third call, Class 9. This is your first call, Class 9 Herefords. First call, Class 9 Herefords. Results of class number 6 of your open Hereford female show. In first place and also your champion, a spring heifer calf, goes to entry number 51, RGR Purple Libya, 34M, exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. In second place and also your reserve champion goes to entry number 49, CFCC Verity M4, exhibited by Chloe Rogers of Iowa City, Iowa. Third place in class number 6 goes to entry number 48, LGL 7K Holly 40M, exhibited by Stephen Green and Locust Grove Livestock of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 287, exhibited by Fritz Farm and Emily Fritz of Westminster, Maryland. In fifth place, entry number 52, exhibited by Brianna Ware of Roanoke, Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 50, exhibited by Lucas Gaddis of Bonfield, Illinois. In seventh place, entry number 54, exhibited by Luke and Courtney Hall of LaGrange, Indiana. In eighth place, entry number 55, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis and Hannah Jane Davis of Linville, Tennessee. This is your second call, Class 9 Hereford. Second call, Class 9 Hereford. First call, Class 10 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 10. Your Class 7 results of your percentage Simmental females. In first place, entry number 310, Ilman J. Boy Cami, 3185L, exhibited by Tanner Green of Mayville, Michigan. In second place, entry number 302, SIGR Strawberry, 3194, exhibited by Glennis McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. Third place goes to entry number 312, Miss Next Time, 3193, exhibited by Whitney Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 305, exhibited by Bristol Bolin of Clinton, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 308, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregonia, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 306, exhibited by Clearwater Simmentals. Seventh place, entry number 309, exhibited by Annabelle Rapp. Eighth place, entry number 314, exhibited by Taylor Ellington. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental female ring is a selection of your champion at Division III female. This is your third and final call, Class 9 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 9 Hereford.
Real high quality division we had out here in our falls. We had some differences in kind and condition, heifers that were different in frame score. I think all these heifers are very deserving of being out here. I think our two class winners, I think they exhibit that femininity that we're looking for, but yet still have some depth of side and some power to them. Heifers that when we put them in motion, they get out and travel really nice. I think there are some differences in frame per age, and I think there are some differences in length of spine. And I think it comes down to making some tiny choices for yourself. Zane will go out and show you the two we like today.
Congratulations, your Division III champion of your percentage Simmental females goes to entry number 298, Wallace Yolanda, 388L, exhibited by Sash Doling of Fairgrove, Missouri. Your reserve champion goes to number 310, Elman J. Boy and Camby, 3185L, exhibited by Tanner Green of Mayville, Michigan. Now entering the percentage Simmental female ring is class number 8. This is your second call, class 10. Second call, class 10 percentage Simmentals.
We start here with this first class in our next division, and this February class is very interesting. Obviously, we're getting a shot more age and maturity to us, and I think that these two come to the top for me personally, just in terms of genuine stout cattle that can still get out and travel. I think that's where this young lady's female, to me, rises to the top, and I think, you know, I'm not saying she's just the most striking or the biggest belly, deepest naveled one, or you know, whatever the cool terms are nowadays, but in my opinion, when you kind of step in behind the cattle and you study genuine rib cage, genuine width, and genuine skeletal quality, I think that you have to land here. That female is so much longer and leveler in her hip than the heifer in two, and I think that's what gives her the distinct advantage within this particular pair of them. The young man's calf here in two, quite honestly, her best look is when she's out motoring. When that young man turns, switches hands, and asks that heifer to go, she can just get out and go with the best of them. Now, with her looseness of build, we get this look right here. We kind of run just a shot downhill. We get a little easy there behind our blade, but when that animal's asked to go, I think you have to identify with her feet and legs and how they work, and I think that she just has so much more stoutness to her than the heifer in three. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Heifer in three enters the gate and takes about 4 steps, and I said, hey, there we are. Here's our class winner. You know, I love this thing from the side. I mean, the big bones, the big feet still can get out and go and use those big old legs and just travel so well. She's so balanced and so proportional from the side. Now, if you're sitting in the stands and you only got the side profile of her, you're like, hey, what is this guy thinking? Well, the problem is when you step in behind the cattle, I just got to have more to her. She's one of the heavier condition heifers within the particular class, and even with that condition, she's one of the flatter ones. I just like to have more width and more true dimension. The young lady's calf here in 4 is very intriguing. Big scaled, big outline cattle, and I appreciate that. I'm a fan of bigger cattle as long as they've got body to go with it, and this one does at this stage in the game. The issue with this female is her hind leg construction. She has a nice set to her hock. She just gets a little bit more uncoordinated in terms of how she wants to use it today, and maybe, you know, with that added length, with that added extension and just tallness to her front end, gets a little straighter there in her knee. The calf here in 5 is mind-boggling to me, and I say that in a good way, because this one has maybe as many elite pieces of any of them we've seen today. She is so tight-throated, so big-bodied, and so big-footed that it is just... It intrigues me. It drives my mind to know what this one can raise. But the problem is when we watch that calf come right at us. She's way too in at her knee, turns out at the ground, kind of goes a little east and west there in terms of her front foot. And then because of her shoulder design, she's a little bit more pinched there in terms of her heart. Big outline calf here, long-bodied, awesome in her top line. We just run out of enough real rib or real cat body dimension to actually balance us from the side, our chest back to our flank. We run uphill. We just got to have more genuine rib cage there for me. The opposite end of the spectrum for the young man's calf here, a big-bodied, easy-keeping, moderate cow prospect here, and I think the young man's going to have a very good time with her because she can still move and get out and travel well, be an awesome cow for him. In today's settings, on the green chips with the show halter on, we just need to make her more attractive, pull that throat and pull that chest up out of her, and just probably make her a shot more, have a shot more presence. Young lady's animal here, awesome structured. The same goes for her, nice in terms of her looseness of build at the ground, but then as we get up high, we get a little tighter there in our spine, kind of want to hinge out of our hip and do a little bit of the scissor movement there from behind. I'd like to see her just a shot more fluid, and then the young man's calf that rounds us out. Very nice in her top line, very balanced cattle, female for me that we just kind of ran out of mass and overall dimension.
Third call, Class 10 percentage Simmentals. Third call, Class number 10 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 10 Herefords. First call, Class 10 Herefords. Results of Class 7 of your open Hereford female show. In first place, entry number 70, Purple Blanche 19M, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Tulin, Illinois. In second place goes to entry number 60, Green 182 Jane 36M, exhibited by Stephen Green of Munford, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 69, Miss Bitsy 466, exhibited by Alan Hopkins of Winchester, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 64, exhibited by Michaela Massey of London, Kentucky. In fifth place, entry number 74, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Sixth place, entry number 76, exhibited by Sydney Eppenshield Stoll of Centerville, Iowa. In seventh place, entry number 77, exhibited by Colton Sugg. Eighth place, entry number 59, exhibited by Courtney Hall. Now exhibiting in the Hereford ring is class number 8 of your junior heifer calves. This is your second call, Class 10 Hereford. Second call, Class 10.
Real interesting class here. To start off in our summer division, we got a heifer that kind of comes to the top for us in terms of her length of side. A heifer that's probably on the upper end of the frame score range for us, but she does a lot of things right. When you put her in motion, she's fluid. She's smooth in her joints, smooth in her bone work. Maybe like to lengthen her out in that front end compared to the heifer in second. But I think there's enough power and length of spine in this heifer to come to the top of the class. Love the femininity and the balance in this heifer coming out second. Just giving up a little bit in terms of length of spine to the heifer above her. Maybe just a little more condition and back through that udder right now, but it's being pretty picky on an awful nice female. Next heifer coming out, you just love this heifer when she first gets out here in the ring. and you start analyzing the condition on her and how she's carrying it, we'd maybe like to smooth her up just a little bit, maybe free her up in the way her blade moves when we put her in motion, but a really nice female. Red heifer coming out next, just giving up the pounds to the heifers above her, but I think this is an awful nice package. Heifer for her condition is laid in that blade. She has some length through that neck and some femininity about her and still some power. Again, big black heifer coming out here next. You love the length of spine. Just like to clean her up in that front end, maybe to get her any higher today.
First call, Class 11 percentage Simmentals. First call, Class 11 percentage Simmentals. Your Class 8 results of your percentage Simmental female show. In first place and also your Division 4 champion female goes to entry number 326, APB All Phyllis 381L, exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. In second place and your reserve Division 4 champion, it goes to entry number 320, Pew Sturts She's a Blackbird 50L, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 325, Lucky Star 302L, exhibited by Ava Marino of Clarence Center, New York. In fourth place, entry number 327, exhibited by Lacey Miltner of Dade City, Florida. Fifth place, entry number 317, exhibited by Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental ring is class number 9. This is your second call, Class 11 percentage Simmentals. Second call, Class 11. Third and final call, Class 10 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 10 Herefords. Once again, third and final call, Class 11 percentage Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 11.
Interesting pair of heifers. I think when we start off this class, we got a heifer that has all that length and that middle that we like and that femininity about her. But I think where she excels in this class is at the ground. When we put her in motion, she gets out and takes a nice full stride, heifer that flexes on both ends. Love the outside profile look of this heifer in second. But when we put her in motion, she wants to get outside herself as we watch her from the rear. But that's being pretty picky on an awful nice level underlined heifer with a lot of femininity, really attractive female. Two excellent heifers.
Your Class 9 results, your percentage Simmental females. In first place, entry number 330, Soul Love 2 123L, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. In second place, entry number 331, Bramlett's DBLG Emmy L342, exhibited by Kaylin Lewis of Salem, Illinois. Now entering the ring is class number 10 of your percentage Simmental females. This is your first call, Class 12 and 13 percentage Simmental bulls. First call, Class 12 and 13.
We get out here in these January calves, and this is interesting. I'm not gonna lie to you. I am still, just contemplating and trying to not only study these cattle for today, but also project them out and just try to predict, what the future is gonna bring and what these cattle are gonna look like. I guess for us at home, these calf divisions are cool, but when they can show up back here as big breds next year and look exceptional, I guess that's where we put a lot of our emphasis anyway. So when I kind of break all that down and keep putting pieces of the puzzle together, I guess the young lady's female here is still the one that I continue to land on, and I do that because I'm not telling you this one is absolutely perfect structured. I think she's good enough. I think her flexibility is dang good. A female that's obviously wanting to fight today, but I guess for me, where she's the deciding factor over the female in two, she's just so much more genuine in terms of her body, especially coming right out the top side of her spine. And you study the roll and the turn to her rib cage, she's wider set there in her pins, has more natural dimension. I don't think she's any chubbier or has any more condition on her maybe than any of the others. That female, to me, in terms of her feet, in terms of how she hits the surface, I guess was very ideal. The female in two, and why it gets so challenging, is if you back 50 foot off of these things and you sit here and study them, that one has the look, that one has the presence, that one has the silhouette that you sit down, you grab your notebook in college when you're supposed to be paying attention to your professor, and you draw an image like this, because that animal is so good fronted, so good headed, but to have that kind of neck, that kind of ear set, and be coupled with that kind of body down low is what's so intriguing to me. Structure is good. She's almost has a little extra set there to her hock. My issue with this one is when we step in and we study them from the 3/4 angle or study them from behind, is there enough animal there? I think that's the real question with that one. If she comes, it's going to be spot on. The animal in three, from her shoulder back, I think is as good as any of them. I love this one's spine. I love her hip. I love her tail head, how it sits so neatly in there. She flexes and hits the surface with just an awesome hind wheel there. For me, everything just kind of runs downhill. She ties a shot lower there in her shoulder. She's a little bit of a longer bladed type of an animal, which causes her chest and sternum to sit down just a shot lower. That is one big burly bodied one that's extremely good there from her shoulder back. The female here that the young man in the cowboy hat brings us from the side, I adore. I love that one. So big in terms of her foot size, so good in terms of the shape of it also. She can go from the side. The problem is when those final cattle made that lap, you watch that one go right away. She gets pretty uncoordinated in terms of how she handles those hind wheels. I'd like to change her there. The young man here, this calf can win the class standing, and I say that because she's so stout, so massive, but still ties it together in a ladylike package, a female that is so balanced from the side as well. The problem is when we revert back to structure, that's where she's concerning to me. A little tilted forward there in her shoulder and her knee and how her front skeleton's designed. I'd like to lay that back in her, and then maybe a little hesitant there in her step from behind. Real nice cow prospect here. Awesome in terms of her lines, very big bodied. The problem with this female for me is her shoulder design and the angle to it, and then we need to stouten her up at the ground to match all that added mass up high. Young man's calf that's going to round us out. Still balanced and proportional cattle. Young man's going to have a very good year with this female because of what she represents in terms of her functionality. The problem today is she just got the hardest for me to piece together in terms of her balance from the side and in terms of her structural integrity there off of her rear too.
This is your first call, Class 11 Herefords. First call, Class 11 Herefords. Your Class 8 results of your open Hereford female show in first place goes to entry number 89, C.W. Bonney 4002, owned and exhibited by Madeline and Brindley Ann Thompson of Amity, Missouri. In second place, entry number 98, Boy Harley M416, exhibited by Avery Sweeney of Vinton, Iowa. In third place, entry number 94, GGSC Carolyn 1M, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt of Branchville, New Jersey. Fourth place, entry number 86, exhibited by Stetson Story of Stockton, Illinois. In fifth place, entry number 92, exhibited by Garrett and Scott Hickey of Staunton, Virginia. In sixth place, entry number 82, exhibited by Lena May of Indiana. In seventh place, entry number 85, exhibited by Colby Prophet.
We get out here in this January and February division, and obviously if you've been with us throughout the morning here, quite a few less classes in this particular division, but the quality is following suit with that first one in terms of how just deep these divisions are and how good they are, and an exceptional lineup here with these four, the class winners and the respective seconds. For me, you know, these cattle kind of speak for themselves just in terms of what they bring to the table. We talked to young lady's calf there that comes out of the first class. She won that class just in terms of her flexibility, but combining that with genuine width. We get her back out here, and I still think that kind of brings her and kind of captivates what she represents. Maybe a female that wants to, you know, get a shot just playing her down through the lower portion of her chest there. If you wanted to get extremely nitpicky, the young lady's calf here out of that second class, we talked that class and how good it was and how interesting it was. She rose to the top just in terms of being the complete cattle, in terms of her balance, her proportions, her structure, and still having enough width. We talked that respective second and how intriguing she is in terms of her look, but ask ourselves if she had just enough animal there today, and I still think that's the question. I think it comes down to kind of, you know, what you want to sit or what you want to stand for and where you want to be at this stage in the game. If you will, put your hands together for a very, very nice lineup here. I'll go show you my two favorites.
All champion and reserve champion for Simmental females to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena.
Really good class here on the Simmental side. We had a pair of heifers come to the top for us today, and there's some differences and some give and take a little bit. We love the outline and the added length we have in the heifer that leads off a class. Maybe like to free her up just a tick more for us today on her movement, but that's being pretty picky on an awful powerful female. You love the femininity in the slope to her shoulder, a heifer that you love the depth and balance to her. Heifer in second, really nice on the move. You just love that about her. You love how soft she is through the center portion of her body. Maybe like to tuck that brisket back in just a tick and lengthen her out just a little comparing to the first place heifer, but that's being awful picky on an awful powerful female. Really powerful in terms of her rib shape. You love the femininity through her neck and the way her neck comes out of the top of her shoulders. Just a nice pair of females. As we come out next, a real powerful female in terms of frame and power and depth of side. Just maybe like to pull her apart just a little bit in that forerib, and with that, maybe free her up just a little bit in the way her shoulder moves as she comes to the ground. Really nice, attractive female coming out here next. Just not quite the power we had in the heifers at the top of the class, not quite the length of spine, maybe not quite the power in her stifle. Really nice female coming out here, the blaze-faced heifer, a heifer you just like to free up just a little bit, maybe lean her up through that front end to get her any higher today. Another really nice pair of females coming out here next. Heifers that have some power, they have some length of spine. We just like to free them up, maybe lean them up just a little bit in their condition to get them any higher today.
Final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental females to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion at Simmental females to the makeup arena. This is your second call, Class 11 Herefords. Second call, Class 11 Herefords. Congratulations, your champion and junior Hereford heifer calf goes to entry number 89. CW Bonnie 4002, exhibited by Madeline and Brindley Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 98, Boy Harley M416, exhibited by Avery Sweeney of Vinton, Iowa. Now entering the Hereford ring as class number 9 of your senior heifer calves. This is your second call, Class 12 and 13 percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 12 and 13 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 11 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 11 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 12 and 13 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 12 and 13 percentage Simmental bulls.
Real nice pair of heifers to lead off this class. The heifer that kind of comes to the top for us is the really attractive one, the heifer that's really smooth in the way she's made, her overall outline. She's got that length of spine and that softness to her rib cage that we like. We think she's feminine enough for us today, a heifer that gets out and travels really nice. Love the added power, maybe as we see in the heifer coming out in second. Just like to see her hit the ground just a little neater in the front as we put her in motion, but being pretty picky on a heifer that's getting way up towards the productive part of her life, really long through the center portion of her body. Another extremely long-sided female coming out next, a heifer you really like. We'd like to maybe free her up a little bit as we get her in motion. She wants to get up in that top just a little bit and maybe restricted just a little bit at the ground. Real nice, well-balanced heifer coming out next. Just not quite the power we had in the top two heifers, but I think this heifer's got a lot of potential and a lot of length of spine to her. Another real nice female coming out next, just giving up a little overall length to the heifer above her.
First call, Class 12, Hereford. First call, Class 12.
Really stout set of heifers out here in this division, and these classes were deep. You could have shook about every class up and made a reason to have about any of these heifers at the top. I think as Zane and I went through these, we kind of appreciate them for their depth of side and their softness through the center portion of their body, their femininity in terms of going ahead and making a female. And I think as we analyze these, I think most of these are going to have some longevity to them as far as in production. We'll go out and show you the one we like today in this division.
Your Class 11 results are your percentage Simmental females. In first place went to entry number 362, AHTHJH Semi-Charm 301L, exhibited by Mandy Holbert of East Aurora, New York. In second place, entry number 355, Harker's Trixie 105 L128, exhibited by Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 358, J. Saul Who's Lovin' 3298L, exhibited by Whitney Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Fourth place, entry number 365, exhibited by Emma Armstrong of Unionville, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 363, exhibited by Drew Veslage of Brownstown, Indiana. Congratulations, your Division 5 champion female goes to entry number 330. Saul Love 2, 123L, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. And congratulations, your Reserve Division 5 champion female goes to entry number 336, TJ Essie, She's a Queen 202L, exhibited by Leanne Colson of Kenton, Ohio. Congratulations, Simmental exhibitors.
We get out here in this fall division, and we started off with some November and Decembers, and this is interesting. I said it a couple days ago when I was sorting through the Lemmies. Looking at falls this time of year, I kind of explain it as looking at some teenagers in high school and trying to project them out. Things are a little bit awkward, and just see where pieces fit. The interesting part is the longer I study the cattle, not only is the young lady's female stouter and more denser and wider and just more genuine in her hip, she's also the one that's laid in smoother about her shoulder. She's more opened up in her forerib. So with all those things combined, it allows her to be the combination cattle within these two particular females that I felt like rose themselves to the top pretty easy in a very, very deep class, just in terms of their quality and their balance. This female up front is not just the most tricked out one, but she's the most complete one in terms of the bits and pieces that she brings to the table. I do think that the young man's female in 2 is probably a little bit better in terms of her pin set, in terms of the levelness of it, and that gives her a very attractive look from the side. The problem is when I dove in, like I talked about, this female attracts me and pulls me into her from the side in terms of her flexibility when I dive in. For the amount of condition that she has, I wish she was a shot wider and more genuine, especially there in her heart and her forerib. And I think if she was that, you could go ahead and start her there within that particular pair. The same goes for the young lady's calf here in 3. Honestly, when we made that final lap, I love this female and why she worked herself to the top. It's just her looseness of build. She's so comfortable, especially out of her hip and her hind leg. The problem is her shoulders set wider on her body cavity. That causes her to come off a shot rounder and coarser there about the way that her shoulder is designed. The young man's calf here in 4 is the intriguing one of the bunch for me personally. Those are some big feet, some big legs, and one that can still get out and use that extra stoutness that she has at the surface. The problem is when we start studying the cattle as we dive into them, that one is pushing quite a bit of condition down through her udder already. Then when you study her up high in terms of her pin set, she was probably the flattest of those initial 4. The young lady's calf here that comes around and makes the circle here, very nice from her shoulder back. I like this one. Everything reads cow. I mean, her body, the way it's designed in terms of the shape to her rib cage, very good in terms of her hip, her pin set, and her tail head. I know we've talked that a lot today, but I think that's very critical in terms of how these cattle are designed. The problem is when this one's pulled to lead, her front skeleton gets a shot shifted forward there. I would just like to make her more comfortable. The young man's calf here that comes next in the black cowboy hat is the one that's the most challenging for me personally, because if we cut that heifer off about middle part of her body and just study the upper part of that one's skeleton, I love what she represents. She's still fresh in the shape to her neck. She's awesome down her spine, very stout out of her hip. The problem is I wish she had more body. And then as we watched those cattle go right away from us, she was the one that came the most challenging for me to study in terms of the coordination and how she used her hind leg. Very nice, just brood cow here is what I would say for the young man's calf that comes around next. Big-bodied, very easy flesh, and with that easy fleshiness, we kind of getting a little bit more chest. We kind of give way there in our loin to a kind of a bigger and coarser tail head there. I would like to maybe blend her pieces together just a shot better. Young lady's calf that comes next is a stouter option of that particular pair, and she is very attractive about her head and neck and the shape to it. She's the one that kind of came a little bit, more off to me as rounder in her hip. She becomes a little bit more difficult to piece together in terms of the rear part of her skeleton and how she hits the surface with her rear foot. The remaining cattle, I thought that the young man's calf was the soundest of those three cattle, and that's why he's here. I still appreciate the way that one's built. She just needs a few more bells and whistles to move up the line. Stout, dense, powerful one here, kind of a meat and potatoes type of a heifer that just needs to be more agile. And then the young man's calf, very nice presented. Somebody's worked hard on this calf because her hair and her presentation is out here to be moved up the line. I just struggled the most with her structure and how she got out and traveled.
Second call, Class 12 Hereford. Second call, Class 12 Hereford females. This is your first call, Class 14, percentage Simmental bulls. First call, Class 14.
Here on our Simmental side, we've had a really good show here. I think we've had some females that have shown some femininity, some females that are age appropriate, I feel like. I think some heifers that when we put them in motion, they get out and they flex and they have that bend at the knee. Heifers that have that rib shape that we like to call soft, but it's depth of side and spring of rib. They have to have both to kind of make it work. And I think these heifers are all in that category for us today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. We really enjoyed this set of heifers. I think there's a lot of quality, both the division winners and the reserves. Zane's going to go out and show you the one we like today. And my congratulations.
Congratulations, your grand champion, percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 330, Soul Love 2, 123L, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois. And your reserve grand champion, percentage Simmental female, goes to entry number 249, SNST SSC Maine Miley Cyrus, exhibited by Eli Walther and Schaefer Show Cattle of Centerville, Indiana. Congratulations once again to our percentage Simmental female exhibitors. This is your second call, Class 14, percentage Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 14. Third and final call, Class 12 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 12 Herefords. Results of Class number 9 of your open Hereford female show. In first place goes to entry number 102, YB Bambi D87 321, exhibited by Paisley Young of Springville, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 113, CN Sharpshooter Stella 118L, exhibited by Mason Collins of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 114, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 103, exhibited by Rhett Day of Telford, Tennessee. Fifth place goes to entry number 116, exhibited by Hallie Hughes of Knobloch, Kentucky. In sixth place, entry number 108, exhibited by Blakely and Stetson Story. In seventh place, entry number 106, exhibited by Mary Martin of Auburn, Alabama. Eighth place, entry number 115, exhibited by Bailey and Shelby Pearl. Ninth place, entry number 99, exhibited by Lucas Gaddis. In 10th place, entry number 100, exhibited by Jacob Fiskus. 11th place, entry number 104, exhibited by Scott and Garrett Hickey. Now exhibiting the Hereford ring as class number 10 of your senior heifer calves.
Get out here in this particular class of foals, and I guess there's no hiding it. This young lady brought one that absolutely, in my opinion, has to win this particular class and does so rather handily. A female that's so well presented, got the big, soft, well-presented hairs on her, and then she combines that with an incredible look from the side, one that's so good in their design in terms of the top side of her skeleton and how everything's pieced together. Now, is she absolutely 100 right there in terms of her hock and the flex to it? No, we could tweak that a shot, but that's still a very, very high-end one. The next young lady, a big-bodied, awesome cow prospect, and the reason why she's second is just my comfortability with her body cavity and how she's going to maintain herself as we put her into production. Definitely an easy keeping one. If she wants to move higher, we kind of got to make her a shot more extended and give her a shot more bells and whistles. The young man's calf that comes next is in 3 because she's the stouter, denser, more genuine option of the remaining 2 cattle. Still very practical in terms of her feet and legs and how she's put together. Maybe one that we just need to kind of intensify a shot everywhere if she wants to move up the line. Young man's kind of slicker haired calf here. What you see is what you get, and we have to appreciate her for that because she don't have all that hair on her top line to piece together and maybe make everything fit, and everything still does fit there on the upper side of her skeleton. She's just one that's got a shot with kind of a lower ear set, carries a shot more chest and navel, and just gives her kind of a plainer overall look.
First call, Class 13 Herefords. First call, Class 13 Herefords. Your Class 10 results of your Open Hereford Female Show. In first place, entry number 121, 629 Georgia K. 356, exhibited by Harper Rose Starnes of Fort Payne, Alabama. Second place goes to entry number 124, Miss Gemma, exhibited by Anna Gale Saley of Lawrenceburg, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 117, UPS Miss Houston 3890, exhibited by Upstream Ranch of Taylor, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry 122, exhibited by Caden and Corbin Perry of Tower Hill, Illinois. Now exhibiting the Hereford ring is class number 11 of your senior heifer calves. This is your first call, Class 13. First call, Class 13 Herefords. This is your fourth call, Class 14 percentage Simmental Bulls. Third call, Class 14 percentage Simmental Bulls. This is your first call, Class 15 and 16 percentage Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 15 and 16. A reminder to all of our grand and reserve grand winners here today for the cow-calf pair, female and bull shows that will be going on here in Freedom Hall and Broadbent Arena. You are invited to stay for the Supreme Drive that will be held Thursday afternoon at the completion of the regularly scheduled events. Once again, if you are a grand or reserve grand winner today in the cow-calf pair, female or bull show, we would love to have you stay for the Supreme Drive, where we will be selecting a top 5 here at this year's North American. This is your second call, Class 15 and 16 percentage Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 15 and 16 percentage Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 13 Herefords. Second call, Class 13 Herefords. This is your first call, Class 14 Herefords. First call, Class 14. This is your third and final call, Class 15 and 16 percentage Simmental Bulls. Third and final call, Class 15 and 16.
Real nice single entry to start off our Sim Influence bull show. A bull that's got some muscle shape. He's pretty young and he got a lot of future ahead of him. He's adequate in his depth of side. When we get him in motion, he's adequate in the way he gets around the ring. Nice slope to his shoulder. A bull with a lot of future to him.
Very, very good class of September's here, and I think we come to these two individuals, and I think they bring themselves to the top just in terms of their quality of design and overall presence and how they're put together. Bottom line, when you put these two cattle right beside each other, this one that starts us is just that much more opened up. She's that much more massive. Her body cavity is absolutely enormous and so burly. I think it's very, very intriguing. The interesting part to me also, not only is she that much more massive, she's still one that's super elegant about her neck and her chest and how everything is pieced together in terms of her shoulder back into her forearm. A female that I think is very, very ideal in terms of her pieces and the combination that she brings to the table. The calf in two is so nice from the side. She's very long, very elegant, and very, very smooth. I asked myself, when you dive in, is there enough animal at this point in time? And I think that's the question. Go home, get her bred, and let her kind of come into herself and let maturity help her, and I think things can get interesting. That one is so nice from her shoulder back in terms of her hip and the levelness that she has to it. I just wish there was a shot more of her today in terms of her body dimension. The young lady's calf here in 3 is one that's extremely intriguing just in terms of her pieces. She's a really awesome headed one that's tight-throated and gives you that come hither type of a look, and still has a round body and rib cage laid into her. She's one that gets a little bit more awkward in terms of how she handles her hind leg, and with that added power there through the center part of her body, maybe just doesn't move out of her front skeleton. Absolutely 100. The young man's calf here in 4 is one that's very intriguing in terms of her size, her mass, and her power. Now, with that power, we come with a little bit of a more chest. We come up with a little bit of a rounder shoulder blade in us, and then we give way right there, right out the back side of our shoulder. I kind of like to piece the front part of her skeleton together, and if we can do that, I think she moves up the line. One that's on the opposite end of the spectrum, the young lady brings us a big, long, extended one. Like I said earlier, I don't mind big cattle as long as they can match it. And I feel like this one needs more body, needs more punch to match that added frame. As long as she kind of gets early bred and we allow that calf to kind of help her come into herself, I could see that one looking very, very good down the road. Young lady's calf come next is just a burly beast in terms of a cow. Very easy doing, very easy keeping. Now, in a show ring setting, because we're so easy keeping, we get a shot plainer about our throat latch and about our chest. I would like to dial her condition back a shot for me personally. Young lady's calf next, stout. I mean, that one has some genuine power to her skeleton. The problem with her is just her front end build. We got to lay that shoulder back on her. And then the young lady's calf that rounds us out, smooth and very proportional from the side. We just get too flat and one dimensional there. I got to see her have a shot more power.
Third and final call, Class 13 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 13 Herefords. Second call, Class 14. Second call, Class 14 Herefords.
Another single entry here on our Sim Influence Bull show. Bull that has some power. He has some muscle shape. You get behind this bull, he really carries down through his stifle really nice. He's got that added width in his loin, and a bull that sure could have stood some competition out here. When we set him in motion, he's free and easy and covers his track really nice. Just a nice bull.
First call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bowls. First call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bowls. Your Class 12 results. In first place goes to entry number 372, PFLP 2 Suite, exhibited by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Your Class 13 winner goes to entry number 375, HDDN Main Street 12N, exhibited by Megan Hayden of Jacksonville, Illinois.
We get this fall division out here, and it's definitely been an interesting division to work through in terms of pieces and different types and kinds and trying to get these cattle to all flow together. And I think it's extremely interesting to kind of get these class winners back out here. We go back through, and our November class representative here that the young lady has, she won that class just in terms of combination cattle, so good in terms of her body cavity, her shoulder, and how it blends back into it. Still one that can get out and travel very well. We talked to her there in that class. Maybe she's not the most out there in terms of her pieces, maybe one that gets a little lower there in her pin set, but we still have to have a lot of appreciation for that one and just the consistency and the quality that she brings to the table. I'll be the first to tell you, this one out of the second class wins it for me, standing still. This one is incredible from the side. You back up. If you're right here in the stands, you got to have mad appreciation for that animal and that look right there, because that one is, I guess, is how I want to build them at home. She's still one that's so long and elegant about her neck. Is she just the most choke-necked one? No, but the length and the shape and the size to it is awesome. Her body and her hip and how everything is designed on the upper part of her skeleton is absolutely 100. Now, when we ask ourselves, is her hock just good enough? And I don't want to sound like I'm staring at one tree in a big forest, but at the same time, I told you guys that I was going to stick to structure, so that becomes an issue. You know, we have to ask ourselves, can she move just good enough? And if she can, I think she can win this deal. We come here to the one that was that won our last class there, and we talked to her there in that class for just how dense and opened up and just of a massive animal she is. And I think she couples that mass together with such a quality look up front. And I think that's what's so intriguing about that animal. Now, critics are going to say, is her hip and hind leg absolutely perfect? No, but it is very functional, and it's very good in terms of how she uses it, and I think she's plenty sound enough coupled with that added mass. So I think it's extremely interesting out here. I think there's several seconds over there that can come right here once we pick our champion and make this reserve very, very close, and that's exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to pick your champion. I'm going to have to study a second for reserve, but let's give these kids and exhibitors a big round of applause.
Third and final call, Class 14 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 14 Hereford.
Here in our Sim Influence ring, we had a couple of single entry bulls in out here in this division. I think bulls that both have some future to them, bulls that are pretty young and a little harder to analyze and break them apart. But I think for us today, we found a bull that has that muscle shape, and he has that length of spine. He's got that muscle through his loin and that balanced look. We're going to use the young man's black calf for champion, and our red bull calf will be reserved.
Second call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bowls. Second call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental bowls. Your Class 11 Hereford female results: in first place, entry number 135, and also your champion, a senior heifer calf, goes to GGSC Coral 103L, exhibited by Morgan Riley of College Grove, Tennessee. Second place in class number 11 goes to entry number 125, LCC J16 Miss Swifty 75L, exhibited by Everly Foster of Niles, Michigan. In third place, entry number 140, DCC 181H Gemstone 319L, exhibited by McKenna and Tessa Smith of Hubertus, Wisconsin. Fourth place, entry number 138, exhibited by Garrett and Scott Hickey of Staunton, Virginia. In fifth place, entry number 131, exhibited by Lily Jensen of Wisconsin. In sixth place, entry number 139, exhibited by Marilyn Lewis of Kentucky. Seventh place, entry number 137, exhibited by Salem and Sedona Sifford of Virginia. Eighth place, entry number 126, exhibited by Abby Patrick. Congratulations to your reserve champion, senior heifer calf, here in your Hereford Open Show. Entry number 125, LCC J16 Miss Swifty 75L, exhibited by Everly Foster of Niles, Michigan. This is your third and final call, Class 17 and 18 percentage Simmental Bowls. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18. This is your first call, Class 19 percentage Simmental Bowls. First call, Class 19. Your Division I champion, percentage Simmental Bowl, goes to entry number 375, HDDN Main Street 12M, exhibited by Megan Haddon of Jacksonville, Illinois. Your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 372, PFLP 2 Suite, exhibited by Liliana Portwood of Versailles, Kentucky. Now exhibiting in the percentage Simmental Bowl ring is class number 14. First call, Class 15 Herefords. First call, Class 15 Herefords.
Interesting set of bulls in this division. The bull we're going to use to start off our class with, the Baldy Bull. I think this bull's got that levelness through his underline. He's got that softness in his rib cage. Still has that masculine look about him and that character to his jaw and his neck. Bull that's really adequate in terms of his testicular development. maybe like to clean him up just a little bit in his hoof shape if I was going to pick on him. But I think this bull's, we put him in motion and he flexes really nice. He gets out and moves around the ring really nice. Love the outline of this calf that comes in second. Just giving up a little bit in terms of lower rib shape. Maybe like to bring him down just a little bit in behind his brisket. But that's being pretty picky on an awful nice calf. Again, two really nice calves to start off our class. Big high performing bull comes out next. But with that being said, we'd like to pick him up in behind his shoulder just a little bit. Maybe pull that rib cage apart in that forerib. And I'd sure like to change the shape of the feet on this calf also. But again, being pretty picky on a bull with a lot of power in terms of muscle shape and length of spine, bull with a lot of future. Young lean calf coming out here next, just giving up pounds in terms of performance to all these bulls that were ahead of him today.
Results of class number 14 of your percentage Simmental Bulls. In first place and also your Division II champion goes to HLVW The Banker 401, exhibited by Ella Grace Downs of Datesville, Alabama. In second place, entry number 194, Private Property, exhibited by Jeff Miller of Cutler, Indiana. In third place, entry number 380, M.A. Young Arctic 37M, exhibited by Madison Young of Belmont, Ohio. Fourth place goes to entry number 376, exhibited by Sadie Jackson of Paris, Kentucky. This is your second call, Class 19, percentage Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 19. Second call, Class 15 Hereford. Second call, Class 15 Herefords.
interesting trio of bulls to come out here. I think the bull that comes to the top for us is the bull with all the power, I think. Bull that's maybe got a little more condition on him, but with that being said, he's also the widest base bull out here. I think we can analyze him and kind of think he's pretty nice when we put him in motion. You want to think he's a little straight standing there, but I think this bull's going to have some longevity. He's got that length and that thickness to him. He's got that characteristic about his head of a breeding bull for me. I think a bull that comes to the top pretty easy for me. The bull in second, I really like the power and the softness to this bull. Maybe like to change just the way when he gets out and moves, he wants to break apart just a little bit compared to the bull that leads off the class. But again, a really nice bull in terms of length of side and power and muscle shape. Bull coming in third, really fancy appearing bull. You love his outline. Like to just bring him down a little bit in that rear flank and power him up just a little bit in that lower 1/3 for us today.
We get out here in your summers on the Hereford side, and I guess this one, in my opinion, needs to win and does so rather handily, and she does so in commanding fashion. That female, to me, is so good in terms of her elegance, her build, and still capturing that kind of a look with still having plenty of body and plenty of mass at this time, this stage in the game. And that one, I guess, why I appreciate her so much is just her freshness. That one is so good in terms of her condition. I appreciate how much body and how round that rib cage is for how lean her condition is. The female in 2 is the big, stout, massive one. She's a little heavier condition, and that's carried down low through her chest, and I think that maybe gives her just a shot plainer look, but I still think that she's a little bit better built in terms of her front end skeleton, in terms of how she uses it, than the female here in 3. The female in 3 is the unique one. Those are some big feet, some giant legs, and some interesting parts and pieces. That female, to me, is so good down her top line, and in terms of how stout and just naturally wide that female is built. The kind of heavier naveled female comes off just a shot harder and coarser there in terms of how her foreribs laid into her, and maybe we'd like to take that shoulder and shift it back on her rib cage. I think that would allow her to just get out and move with more comfort. The female in 4 is the big-bodied, just super cowy one, and I appreciate that about her. Now, I'm sure that this one's been hard to manage because 9 times out of 10, when they have that kind of rib cage and that kind of mass, they gain weight on air, is what we say back home. She needs to be dialed back in her condition. For this particular setting, now I still have appreciation for her because I'm sure that one's not going to take a lot to maintain as a cow. The opposite end of the spectrum here, this young lady's heifer is very well designed, very fresh, and very unique about the look she gives you up front. The problem is I ask myself, is there enough there? That female needs to be wider. She needs to be just more opened up through the center part of her body. I flipped this pair just because the heifer here that rounds us out becomes a little bit more concerning in terms of her front end build and maybe comes off with a shot plainer look. But I will tell you, she is more naturally just dense and burly in terms of her muscle shape, but a very nice class there in that summer division.
Another real nice single entry here on our Sim Influence side, a bull that's got a lot of power in terms of his bone and his length of spine, a bull that has some masculinity to him. He has that testicular development. He's clean in the way he's made through that underline. Just a real nice, powerful bull.
Third and final call, Class 19 percentage Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 19. Results of class number 15 of your percentage Simmental Bowls. In first place, entry number 381, GF Jagger 317L, exhibited by Tammy Foose and Aces Wild Ranch of Greencastle, Indiana. Second place, entry number 382, Wildy Dale Stole on Ice, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. Third place, entry number 371, exhibited by B&K Farms and Ivy and Sons of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. Your Class 16 results: in first place, entry number 383, Simple Storm, exhibited by Kelsey Sendick of Sheridan, Indiana. Now exhibiting the percentage Simmental Bull Ring is the selection of your Division III Champion Bull.
Well, we didn't have the numbers in this division, but we had a really nice set of bulls come out here. In our first class, we had a pair of bulls that kind of come to the top for us. They're similar in kind in terms of their balance and their depth of side and the way they're balanced from front to rear. The bull that kind of started off the class, we thought came to the top in terms of power and shape and masculinity, a bull that's got a lot of potential as a breeding tool. As we got into that second class, we just had a single entry, a bull that's really stout in terms of his bone. That being said, he kind of gives up just a little bit in that softness, the center portion of his body, but that's a really nice long-sided bull. Zane's going to go out and show you the two we like today. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations, your Division III champion percentage Simmental Bull goes to entry number 381, GF Jagger 317L, exhibited by Tammy Foose and Wild Aces Ranch of Greencastle, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 382, Wildy Dale on Ice, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. This is your third and final call in Class 15 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 15 Hereford. Your Class 12 results of your open Hereford female show: in first place, entry number 147, MCS Aussie 323, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. In second place, entry number 153, MAV Trixie 367L, exhibited by Addison Conley and Davis Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In third place, entry number 149, ZSA 59L, exhibited by Kaylee Shelton of Leroy, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 148, exhibited by Kaylee Shelton of Leroy, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 150, exhibited by Taylor Loudman of Bremen, Indiana. In sixth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Ellie and Maylee Porch of Lewisburg, Tennessee.
get out here in this particular class amazed, and I feel like that this particular female brings herself to the top rather handily and commands that top position, and she does that, in my personal opinion, from her shoulder back. That female is so good in terms of her spine, in terms of her tail head, and how everything pieces together out through her hip and where her pin sets, and that allows her to just get out and use that hind leg the way that she needs to. Everything balances her chest, her forearm, her center body back to her flank, and yet that one still reads with, more in the tank, I guess, for me personally. I say from her shoulder back. I'm still gonna talk about how good she is about her head and her neck. My issue is right here in her shoulder design. If you're gonna get critical, you could lay that shoulder back on her and just make her a shot more flexible there in terms of her front skeleton, but that's getting awful critical of one that I think brings a lot of good to the table. The young lady's calf here in second is one on the standstill that can keep it close. I love this one. So smooth, so well proportioned. Her shoulder and her forerib, everything balances and fits so well, and that enables her to give you that captivating look from the side. When we pull the cattle to lead is when she quickly sorts herself in two. For me, the way she hinges and uses her hip and hind leg, we've got to reconstruct that in order to make that top pair a shot closer. The young lady's calf here in 3 is on the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of size and just scale. I love her length and how elegant she is. So wide and massive down her top, but still maintaining the correct look. That female just got too hesitant in terms of her shoulder design, in terms of how she uses that front knee and how her front feet hit the ground. Young man's calf here, real loose built kind of cattle, really nice in terms of her hind foot, the shape and the size and the use that she has to it. That one came as a little bit longer bladed type of an animal that carries a shot more chest, like to tuck that sternum down lower into her, or tuck that sternum up into her body cavity and make her a shot more attractive. Young lady's female here, very nice from the side. Problem is when we step in behind the cattle, we run out of just true dimension and real shape. I need a shot more heifer there at this stage in the game. Young man's calf here, really practical type of a one. Maybe not just the most out there. I would call her a little bit more of a middle of the road type of a one, and I say that in a good way. Look like she's gonna drop a very nice udder underneath her when it's time. The problem is we kind of run everything downhill. Our neck hooks a shot lower there at the point of her shoulder. Everything just kind of looks a shot maybe lower and just not as attractive up front. And then when we ask that cattle to go, she's a little bit tighter there in the middle part of her spine. Young lady's calf here, big feet, big bones, and burly one. The interesting part to me about this one, she reads so stout from the side in terms of how she's constructed, but when you step in behind them, that's the one that's maybe pushing the most condition out through her pins and still the narrowest in the upper part of her hip. Young man's calf here, really nice balanced one, especially on the upper part of her skeleton. Heavier naveled, heavier condition heifer back through her flank there is one that I just wish had a shot more punch. And then the young lady's calf here is the one that I thought got the most restricted in terms of her structure. Still a stout, burly one there for that young lady to continue with, though.
Interesting trio of bulls here on our sim influence side of the ring. We're going to start off the class. This bull kind of comes to the top for us from the ground up. When we put him in motion, he flexes. He's got a nice set to his shoulder. He plants his feet nice. He has some flex to him. A bull that you really like his outline. Probably gives up a little bit of power to the bull that comes in second. But I think when we set this bull in motion and they have to walk to breed cows, I think he kind of comes to the top for us. Love the balance and the levelness underline and the power we have here in this second place bull. Just like to free him up just a little bit and see him come out of that front end just a little nicer when we set him in motion. I think if we lean this bull up, it might be a little more competitive today. Big, powerful bull coming out here in third. You love the length of spine. maybe just like to power him up, pull that forerib apart just a little bit and give him just a little more width in there behind his shoulder for us today.
First call, Class 16 Herefords. First call, Class 16 Herefords. Result of Class number 17 of your percentage Simmental Bulls. In first place, entry number 385, OHL Livin' the Dream. 389, 1L, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle, Griswold Cattle, and Ulrich's Cattle Company of Hagerstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 386, BCR Eminences 111, exhibited by Bashir Simmentals of Winchester, Indiana. Third place, entry number 387, exhibited by Fredericky Show Cattle of Napoleon, Ohio. Now exhibiting the percentage Simmental bull ring is class number 18. This is your call. All champion and reserve champion division winners of your percentage Simmental bulls, please report to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion and division bulls to the makeup arena.
We get out here for this summer division on the HERF side of things, and I guess, theoretically this division isn't known to just be, the power or the punch of the show, but I tell you what, these four respective females we have out here are flat good, and it's very interesting. I wanted to walk that pair of class winners there, because taking nothing away from our seconds, but for me it really comes down to those two in this particular division, and I think they're very interesting cattle to sort because they're so different. And I say that the female up front, we talked to her in class about how flexible she is. We talked to her in class about her freshness and just how good she is in terms of her condition and still having enough body and true dimension to match all that and still being so lean. And I still think that's her advantage out here. I think her true advantage is in terms of her shoulder design, her knee and her front foot, and how she gets out and travels. You ask yourself, in comparison to the one right behind her, does she have just enough power and just true width back out of her hip and down through the lower part of her skeleton? And I think that's the deciding factor. If you want to side with structure and freshness and femininity, you go with the one up front. If you want to side with just the burliness, the denseness, and the power, you got to go with the second class winner, because like we talked to her in that class, just so good from her shoulder back. I love that thing's hip and tail head and hind leg and how she uses it. Like we talked there in class, we got to shift that shoulder just a shot further back, and I think it gets extremely interesting. Very, very good cattle, but very different cattle, and I think that's what makes this deal so intriguing to sit out here and kind of go back and forth between them. If you will, let's give these young ladies a big round of applause, and I'll go out and show you which one suits me the best.
Excellent pair of bulls here on our Sim Influence side of the ring. Bull is going to come to the top for us. Probably the power bull in here. He has that length aside. He has that length through the center portion of his body to get those extra pounds. A bull you really appreciate for his outline. He handles that extra length pretty nice. He gets out and he covers his track pretty nice when we put him in motion. Just a really smooth kind of a bull. Bull coming out here in second. A bull that's really attractive. Maybe not quite the power and the pounds we had in the bull that led off the class, but a bull that's really free and easy when we put him in motion. A bull that's attractive from the side. Just not quite the pounds today to run with the bull at the top of the class.
Third and final call, Class 16 Hereford. Third and final call, Class 16 Hereford. Results of class number 13 of your early summer yearling Hereford females. In first place, entry number 159, Dunk Pumpkin 307L, exhibited by Kara and Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 164, RF 8036 Vienna 14L, exhibited by Emma, Daniel, and Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. In third place, entry number 163, HR 12F Reba 100L, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. Fourth place, entry number 155, Colby Prophet of Gray, Tennessee. In fifth place, entry number 157, exhibited by Lauren Winkler of Christiana, Tennessee. In sixth place, entry number 158, exhibited by Rylan Hines. Seventh place, entry number 160, exhibited by Salem and Sedona Sifford of Virginia. In eighth place, entry number 156, exhibited by Jacob Fiskus. Ninth place, entry number 165, exhibited by Kylie Gillespie. Congratulations, your champion intermediate yearling Hereford female goes to entry number 147. MCS Ozzy 323, exhibited by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 159. Dunk Pumpkin 307L, exhibited by Kara and Crew Cummins of Hollis, Oklahoma. Now entering the Hereford ring as class number 14 of your spring yearling females. This is your first call, class 17. First call, class 17 Herefords. Your Class 18 results of your percentage Simmental Bowls. In first place, entry number 391, Harker's Medicine Man, exhibited by J.S. Simmentals and Chase Harker of Maxwell, Iowa. In second place, entry number 390, All Justify 303L, exhibited by Adcock Land and Livestock of Maconaquah, Illinois. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your Division IV champion percentage Simmental Bowl. This is your final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental Bowls to the makeup arena. Final call, all champion and reserve champion percentage Simmental Bowls to the makeup arena.
This was a really tough division. We had some really good bulls, not a lot of numbers, but I mean, these bulls at the top in these top two holes were really good bulls. They all had to kind of come to the top. In terms of power and muscle shape, we like to see bulls, when they get to this stage, we like to see some masculinity and some performance and still maintain their structure. And I think our two class winners and our two second places all did that. We're going to take one more look, and we'll give you our opinion for today. But let's give these a round of applause. It's a pretty nice division of bulls.
Congratulations, your Division IV champion percentage Simmental Bowl goes to entry number 391, Harker's Medicine Man, exhibited by J.S. Simmentals and Chase Harker of Maxwell, Iowa. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 385, OHL Livin' the Dream 389, exhibited by Schaefer Show Cattle, Griswold Cattle, and Ulrich's Cattle Company of Hagerstown, Indiana. Now entering the ring will be class number 19 of your percentage Simmental Bowls. This is your first call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Purebred Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Purebred Simmental Bulls.
Another excellent single entry here on our Sim Influence side of the ring. A bull that you really like the softness he has through the center of his body, both top and lower. Bull that's clean in his makeup. He's clean in his joints. You get in behind him, he has some shape, and he has that testicular development. Really clean in his underline. A bull that sure could have stood some competition out here. Congratulations, really nice bull.
Your Class 19 results and also your champion Division 5 percentage Simmental Bull goes to entry number 393 RP CMFM Anti-Up K84, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion percentage Simmental Bull. This is your second call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Purebred Simmental Bulls. Second call, Class 20, 21, and 22 Purebred Simmental Bulls. This time, we'd also like to recognize and congratulate your premier breeder and premier exhibitor here for your percentage Simmental show. Goes to Schaefer Show Cattle of Hagerstown, Indiana.
We get out here in these Aprils and a very, very intriguing and awesome class to sort through all the way down. Probably one of the deeper classes we've seen thus far today, and it speaks volumes about the type of care these cattle have had to keep them in this type of rig for so long. The young lady's female, as we break it down and get to these final three, when we make that last lap there, she kind of demands that she goes ahead and starts us just from a flexibility standpoint, especially in terms of the design and the shape and the usage that she has to her hind leg. A female that's still so fresh and good looking up front. She's the sound, complete one that I think is the way that we need to go today. Now, for me, the decision is between the next two, and I think it's extremely close because I think both cattle are very good bodied, both cattle are very good in their condition, but both cattle are very different in terms of their structure. The young lady's calf here is the one that maybe wants to duck her pins, maybe hyperextend that hock just a shot. I'd like to see her just kind of reach and grab the ground just a shot better, and if we can square her up in that pin set and allow her to do that, I think that top pair gets extremely close. The reason why I say it's so close there between 2 and 3 is because this animal's true density, true body shape, and just the mass that she has is so awesome. The real reason that that pair is so close, though, is I'd like to change her in terms of her rear foot and how it hits the surface. She got just a shot awkward and more uncoordinated there from behind, but that's a bad to the bone trio of them there to get us started in this lineup for the April class. Very just consistent in terms of our quality all the way down the line, like I commented, and the young man's female is a great representation of why I say that. Still an animal that's balanced with a quality look, a female that has plenty of foot and bone up underneath her. For me, for the amount of condition she was pushing, I just asked myself, was there enough there to go ahead and move her up the line? The young man's female here, awesome from the side. I mean, so good in terms of her silhouette. One of the better fronted ones within this particular drive in terms of the shape to her head, her ear set, and her neck. The problem is when we step in behind the cattle, she just don't have enough to her. I'd like to mass her up and just see more punch. The young lady's female here that comes around the corner is one that is burly. I mean, here's the massive, dense, wide-built one in terms of her body cavity. The problem for me is our condition. She's about 12:30, pushing 1 o'clock. I'd like to dial her back. I think if we pull some of that condition off of her front end, I think it allows her shoulder blade to kind of hinge a shot better up front and just see her a shot smoother there as well. Young lady, stout, big footed, dense built one here. Female that just kind of didn't balance up from the side in terms of our chest back through our flank. I'd like to kind of freshen that one up down low, and I think if we pull that chest and sternum back up into her body cavity, it would allow her to look better from the side view profile. Young lady's calf here, very nice in terms of her hip and her tail head and her loin and how all that pieces together on the top side of her spine. A female that kind of doesn't want to stay as genuine in terms of the shape and the squareness to her front feet when she travels. The young lady's female that we end with here, maybe one that we'd like to tone down a little bit in terms of her birth weight, one that with that added birth weight, she does have some stoutness that we have to appreciate, but that female became the most hesitant in her structure off of both ends of her skeleton.
What a nice bull show we had today. We didn't have a lot of numbers, but we had a lot of quality as we went through from first class to last. And I think when we get them back out here, I like the way they line up. Yes, we have some differences in condition, differences in frame score, but I think these are all the same kind of bulls. I think these bulls will go out and give you a set of problem-free calves. They're going to calve nice. I think these calves are all going to have some performance, and I think the calves will go on and stay in your herd as far as females. we're going to take one more look, and then Zane's going to show you which one we like. Let's give all these bull exhibitors a round of applause. This is a really nice set of bulls.
Congratulations, your grand champion percentage Simmental Bull goes to entry number 393, RPCMFM Anti-Up K84, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Your reserve grand champion percentage Simmental Bull goes to entry number 391, Harker's Medicine Man, exhibited by J.S. Simmentals and Chase Harker of Maxwell, Iowa. Congratulations once again to our percentage Simmental Bull exhibitors. This is your third and final call, Class 20, 21, and 22 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 20, 21, and 22 purebred Simmental bulls. Results of class number 14 of your Open Hereford Female Show. In first place goes to entry number 168, Hawk R.C. Macy 307, exhibited by Blaine Hadley and Wyatt Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. In second place, entry number 170, HPH Fenty 2126L, exhibited by Catherine Coleman of Modesto, California. Third place, entry number 169, Purple HB Vivian 81L, exhibited by Riley Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. In fourth place, entry number 166, exhibited by Mason Collins of Lewisburg, Tennessee. Fifth place, entry number 176, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. In sixth place, entry number 183, exhibited by Presley McQueen of Ohio. In seventh place, entry number 181, exhibited by Shelby and Bailey Pearl. Eighth place, entry number 175, exhibited by Marie Prattle. And ninth place, entry number 9, exhibited by Anna Kate Davis. Now exhibiting the Hereford Ring is class number 15 of your spring yearling females. This is your third and final call, class 17. Third and final call, class 17 Herefords. This is your first call, class 18 Herefords. First call, class 18.
Very, very nice class of big junior yearlings here on the Hearth side of things. And the female that starts us off, I think she does so just by being the combination cattle that's so hard to poke a big hole in. And I think maybe sometimes even, me and other guys or whoever, we get caught up on maybe wanting to produce like the unique and the freak ones that maybe sometimes we lose track of how high quality cattle are that are just so good everywhere. And I think this female represents that so good in terms of her feet and how she hits her stride, so good in the shape and the smoothness that she has to her joints, one that is so elegant from the side in terms of her body cavity and how everything fits together. Just a very, very solid, good female there to start us. The female here in 2, I think solidifies herself just when you step in and just dive in on top of the cattle. When you get on top of this one, she is overwhelming in terms of how much shape and natural spread she has. Very stout in terms of her pin set and how she carries that width all the way down into the lower quarter of her body cavity. One for me, if we're gonna kind of switch that pair or call it close, that female for me needs to be tidied up right there at the bottom side of her shoulder, down in through her chest. Kind of pick that up and tidy that up. But that female is very, very good in terms of what she represents and how powerful she is. The female here in 3 is one that quite honestly didn't hit me hard right away, but the longer I study the cattle, the more I appreciate her. And I say that because she's not the most out and there one, but she's the one that's still fresh in her condition. She's long, she's a big scaled individual that can definitely give you a very nice silhouette from the side. Now when you start to break her down, maybe one that's a little coarser in terms of the shape and the size there to her teats underneath her, maybe one that wants to give way as we ask those cattle to go in terms of her loin, but still a female that's ultra smooth and very, very nice. Young lady's calf here in 4 is stout, and I mean that starts at the ground. Those are some big feet, some big legs, and a big, big body shape. Now with all that added power, it kind of comes to consequence of our shoulder design, I guess I would say. Maybe tilted a little too far forward there. Like to lay that shoulder and knee back under her and see her be more comfortable as I ask the cattle to go. The female here that the young man brings around the corner now is so intriguing to me at the ground. That one's feet and joints are absolutely spot on. The problem is when we work our way up and you study that one through her chest, study her back over her pawns, she's pushing quite a bit of condition, but with that condition, we don't have the body to match it, and that's where I wished I could change that one. If she had the body and the density that she needs to the center part of her cage, she could go way, way up the line. Young lady's calf that she comes around with, one that's very nice in terms of her front part of her skeleton, very good in terms of her look. This one's extremely unique for me for the amount of condition that she has, still being so youthful about her head and her neck. She's one that's a little coarser in terms of her tail head, and maybe with all that added mass, we need to intensify her at the ground in terms of her foot and her bone work. Young man's calf that's going to round us out, still in a functional, awesome built cow prospect that's big bodied, maybe one that I'd like to change a little bit in terms of how wide she's set there at the lower part of her shoulder, kind of pushing a shot of chest, and that caused her to fall out of balance. But an absolutely bad to the bone class there. Congratulations to those breeders and exhibitors on a very, very high quality set.
At this time, we'd like to welcome back your 40th anniversary from your national champion livestock judging team all the way back from 1984. Ladies and gentlemen, help me in welcoming this year's 40th anniversary judging team from The Ohio State University. Put your hands together for the 1984 livestock judging team. This is your third and final call, Class 17 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 17 and 18 Herefords to the makeup arena.
We get out here in this junior yearling division, and this division was it was tough, and it was good, and it was so fun to put together. For me personally, I have a great deal of respect for these breeders and exhibitors that get these cattle to this level, this stage in the game in terms of the maturity, and bring them in this type of a rig. And I say that because obviously this is what we do back home, so I know how challenging that is. These two class winners and respective seconds, in my opinion, are very, very good. We talked about the young lady's class winner up front here. She won that class because she was not only the soundest option, but the one that was so balanced and so well put together from the side, a female that is still very fresh in her condition, and I appreciate that about her, with being so fresh, still round and genuine in terms of her shape. The young lady's female that came out of that second class, so sound, so loose built, and I love that about her. Her foot size and the shape of it and how she hits the surface is so comfortable, and I think that's something that brings an enormous amount of quality, an enormous amount of just weight to the table for me personally. I think it's good. I think it's close. With that being said, if you will, put your hands together. I'll show you the two that I like the best.
Your Class 15 results of your Open Hereford Female Show. In first place, and also your reserve champion, Spring Yearling Female, goes to entry number 185, GS Rosemary, L17, exhibited by Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas. In second place, in class number 15, goes to entry number 188, Lana, L319, exhibited by Isabella Hewitt of Branchville, New Jersey. In third place, entry number 189, MPR Huckleberry 2315, exhibited by Morgan Riley of College Grove, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 184, exhibited by Lily Jensen of Wapaka, Wisconsin. In fifth place, entry number 199, exhibited by Suter Clark of Gretna, Virginia. Sixth place went to entry number 190, exhibited by Lily Jensen. Seventh place, entry number 194, exhibited by Rhett Day. Congratulations to your champion, a Spring Yearling Hereford Female, goes to entry number 168, Hawk RC Macy 307, exhibited by Blaine Hadley and Wyatt Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to introduce your 2024 National Champion Livestock Judging Team, all the way from Kansas, your Kansas State University Wildcats. This is your third and final call, Class 18 Herefords. Third and final call, Class 18 Herefords. This is your first call, Class 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. First call, Class 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls.
Interesting pair of bulls to start off our Simmental show. We start out with the bull, maybe just a little more fluid in his movement, I think, when we analyze this bull from the ground. He's got just a little more flex and a little more cushion in that rear hock when we put him in motion. A bull that's really lean in his condition. He's extended. A bull that's got a lot of future left in him. It'll be interesting to see this pair of bulls on down the road. Second bull's got just a little more power to him. Just like to soften him up a little bit when we put him in motion. He wants to be just a little stiff in that hock as we put him out here on the move to get him any higher today.
Second call, Class 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls.
This trio of females, and especially the top two, I think are extremely close. The dense built, just wide, most powerful one that still combines it with a quality look is the one that I decided to go with. The young man's female is so good back through her hip. I think she has a decided advantage in terms of where her pin's set up there on her spine and where her tail head and everything hooks in. Very, very good in terms of her hind leg agility. Maybe a heifer that we'd like to lay her back a little bit there in terms of her shoulder, but a very, very good animal there. The young lady's calf in two, and why I think she makes it so close is I love the way this one's built on the front side of her skeleton. That one's angled to her shoulder and knee and front foot are what allows her to carry herself with such presence on the go, and I think that's what makes it close. Now when we dive in, does that one have as much as the one in front of her? Is she giving up a shot of power and real width? And I think when we pull that condition off of them, the answer is yes. The young man's calf here in three, still a balanced, attractive female when they're parked. Her pieces all fit, but then when we pull her to lead, she kind of gives way a little there in her tail head, or in her loin. Her tail head kind of comes up and causes her to fall out of balance when we ask the cattle to make the loop there.
Really nice pair of bulls come to the top of this class. We got a little bit of differences. I think the high-performing bull is going to come to the top. I love his outline, his level through his underline. He still shows me some masculinity. He's got some thickness, and yet he does it all in a pretty attractive package. His shoulders laid back into him. He's clean in his underline. Just a really powerful calf. As we get into the second place bull, you love the outline of this bull. He's really fancy in his appearance. Gives up just a little bit in terms of performance, and then he wants to get off just a little in that shoulder as we put him into motion out here. Really free moving bull coming out here next, a bull with a lot of future to him. just given up in terms of eye appeal and that softness in that rib cage to the bulls that start off the class. Real long-sided bull coming out here next. Just like to change the way he holds himself together when we put him in motion, but again, really high performing, really long spine. Next bull out, a bull that's got a lot of function to him, maybe just not quite the package and that wow factor we had in the bulls at the top of the class.
Third and final call in Class 23, 24, and 25 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 23, 24, and 25. Your Class 16 results of your Open Junior Yearling Hereford Female Show. In first place, entry number 202, GP Miss Diana 3128, exhibited by Gates Fuser of Richmond, Missouri. In second place, entry number 204, Spin High Spin 102L, exhibited by Morgan Richardson of Capron, Illinois. In third place, entry number 201, Hawk Harley 11L, exhibited by Ella Calicott of Only, Tennessee.
Really nice pair of bulls. There's some differences, some give and take. I think the bull that leads off the class, you just love him when you get him in motion. This bull gets out there and he's flexing at the knee and at the ground, and a bull that's really extended in that front end. Yet he's still got some masculinity and some breed character about him. A bull that has some added muscle to him, and I think a bull that's got a lot of future on down the road is a breeding bull. Probably a little more powerfully muscled bull here coming out in second. But that being said, we'd just like to lay him back just a little nicer in that shoulder, maybe get him to hold himself together just a little bit better on the stand. He wants to get out there a little wide, and I think that comes back to the way that shoulder lays into him. But again, a bull with a lot of power, a lot of dimension to his muscle shape, just not quite as nice through that front 1/3 as the bull that leads off the class.
Get out here in the Januaries on the Hereford side of things, and guys, these things are good. These big heifers are very, very high quality, and I think is extremely close here between this top pair of them. For me, the longer we study them, the more we study them on the move. I think the one that leads off solidifies herself in that position, especially as we ask the cattle to get out and go. She's the one that's more laid back in her knees. She's the one that's more correct in terms of her shoulder angle, and that all enables everything from there back to work correctly. One that's so good in terms of her teat size. The placement of it looks like she's going to drop down into a beautiful udder when it's time to for her to be put into production, one that's still so good in terms of her look up front as well. The 1 and 2, I'm not going to tell you anything other than she is stouter, and I think that's what makes it close. She's wider, she is denser built, and that one is presented to a T. Young lady gets every ounce out of her that she can. For me, when we ask them to go, that one, I'd like to just take that shoulder and rotate it back there, see that chest and sternum tucked up into her body cavity there, and I think as we back off the cattle like I did, that would allow her to balance a shade better there from the side, but those two are very, very nice. It gets very close here between 3 and 4. 3's the more moderate, probably one that's a little bit almost what I would call well put together behind her shoulder, and that maintains that look from the side. She's the one that's so good down her top line and out through her hip. Maybe a calf for me, her issue becomes up front and her shoulder build. Her toes want to kind of come in, her elbow goes out, and that causes everything to rock forward when we ask the cattle to go. I said it was close because this 1 and 4 is intriguing to me. There are some big pieces here. That one is long-necked, awesome-headed, and still burly bodied. But that one to me is one that kind of comes apart right there in her shoulder and forerib. I'd like to intensify her down there right out the backside of her elbow pocket and make that all blend a shot better up front. The young lady's calf coming next. Stout, dense one, got to go better as we ask the cattle to make the circle. Same goes for the young ladies that's rounding us out. Maybe it's not as much foot and bone as the one that walked out before, but still one that has plenty of muscle. We just got to have her go better as we ask the cattle to lead.
Awful powerful individual here, single entry. This bull sure could have stood some competition. He's really attractive, really long through the center portion of his body. He's got that added shape. And then when you put this bull in motion, he's nice from the ground up. He's got a good foot under him. He gets out and travels really nice and flexes. A bull with a lot of use as a breeding bull and really does it in a nice package. It would be interesting to get him back out here.
This is your first call, Class 26 and 27 Purebred Simmental Bulls. First call, Class 26 and 27 Purebred Simmental Bulls. Results of your Purebred Simmental Bulls show in first place class number 20. In first place, entry number 186, and your Division I champion goes to Mr. Wright, exhibited by MK Livestock of Wadey, Kentucky. Your Division I reserve champion goes to entry number 187, TTMF M. Sarge, exhibited by Emily Miller of Vevey, Indiana. Your Class 21 results. In first place, and your Division II champion goes to entry number 191, TASFF Maverick M1, exhibited by Thomas & Son Farms of Boonesboro, Maryland. Your Division II reserve champion goes to entry number 188, All Atlas 418M, exhibited by Adcock Land and Livestock of Maconaquah, Illinois. Third place and entry in class number 21 goes to entry number 195, WHF Changing Times M404, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farms of Versailles, Kentucky. Third place, entry number 190, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Fifth place, entry number 193, Orchard Acres of Brandon, Wisconsin. Your Class 22 results and Division III champion go to entry number 200, SBC Resurrection 115L, exhibited by Stevens Beef Cattle of Ewing, Kentucky. Your second place in class and Division III reserve champion goes to entry number 201, DBJR Big Cat, exhibited by Lundy Farms and Double J Ranch of Bardstown, Kentucky. Your Class 23 results. In first place, entry number 205, Pays to Win, exhibited by Aaron Parson of Graceville, Pennsylvania.
get out here in your January and February division, and these 4 division representatives, I've said it all day, and I still stand behind my word that this show has been absolutely incredible to sort through. The cattle are very, very good, and they're still different, and that's okay. For me, I think there's a pair of them out here that are probably a shot more where I want to be in terms of structure, in terms of how they all piece together when we get them back out here. We're going to keep this pair of them together out of the second class for your division champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Second call, Class 26 and 27, purebred Simmental bulls. Second call, Class 26 and 27, purebred Simmental bulls. All champion and reserve champion Hereford females, please make your way to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Hereford females, please make your way to the makeup arena. Your Class 17 results of your junior yearling Hereford females in first place, and also your champion junior yearling female goes to entry number 215, GS Madison L04, exhibited by Marley Granis of Flemingsburg, Kentucky. Your second place in class and reserve champion goes to entry number 221, CC Marlowe 300, exhibited by Madeline Grace and Brianne Ann Lee Thompson of Amity, Missouri. Third place goes to entry number 217, KMR Lucky Girl 373L, exhibited by Alyssa and Tristan Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. In fourth place, entry number 219, exhibited by Delaney Chester of Oregonia, Ohio. Fifth place, entry number 228, exhibited by Olivia and Hadley Eubank of Oblong, Illinois. In sixth place, entry number 218, exhibited by Abigail Ralston. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 18 of your Hereford females.
3 really nice bulls out here, and there's not a lot separates them, just a little bit difference in kind for us today. We're going to start off the class with a bull that maybe is a little more complete, a little more balanced for us. That being said, he's a little heavier conditioned maybe, but I think he comes back out of his shoulder and into that forerib just a little nicer and a little smoother, and maybe gets out and travels just a tick nicer for us today. Not taking anything away from this bull coming out in second. Really powerful hip in this bull, a bull that's got a lot of power to him. Just maybe like to pull him apart just a tick in that forerib to get him up there with that bull today. Really nice muscle pattern bull coming out here next. Just wants to shuffle just a little bit when we put him in motion, maybe tied up just a little bit, restricted in that shoulder.
Nice trio of senior yearling females here that'll serve as your respective division champion and reserve. And this female is deserving of that title. Very high quality, especially from the side. A female that's built so loose and so good in terms of her feet and legs and how she can get out and travel. One that's very smooth and very well put together. My compliments to that young lady on a very high quality female. The young lady here in two of the remaining 2 females, I think she's the one that's showing a little bit more promise there in terms of dropping an udder, in terms of being a little further along in calf, and I think that carries some weight at this time, at this stage in the game. Is her udder, you know, the absolute highest quality one? No, we could refine her a little bit there, but that female is still good in her body. Of the 2 females that I'd like to tweak their structure, I was still more comfortable with her. The young lady's female here is stouter. daughter. She is bigger boned, she is bigger footed, and she is denser. She's the female that got a little tighter there in her spine, maybe wanting to give way a little bit there in her loin, but still a very, very nice trio of senior yearlings. My compliments to all three of those young ladies.
This is your third and final call, Class 26 and 27, purebred Simmental Bulls. Third and final call, Class 26 and 27, purebred Simmental Bulls. This is your first call, all champion and reserve champion, purebred Simmental Bulls to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion, purebred Simmental Bulls to the makeup arena. Your Class 24 results of your purebred Simmental Bulls. In first place, entry number 207, Ice Cube, exhibited by Redmond Brumball of Laredo, Indiana. In second place, entry number 209, Need a Remedy 306L, exhibited by Eggersman Brothers Kennel of Seymour, Indiana. In third place, entry number 210, 31L Synchronicity, exhibited by Mad Luke Cattle and Rocking H Simmentals of Arcadia, Indiana. This is your first call, Class 19, 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls. First call, Class 19, 20, 21, and 22 Hereford Bulls.
Another really good class of bulls. I think from top to bottom, I think these bulls all got some usefulness. The bull we're going to start off with, probably the bull that gets out and travels as nice as any in here. He's still one of the better outline bulls. I guess when we put him in motions where you just really fall in love with him. He's really clean in his makeup, really well balanced, and yet still has some power and some masculinity about him. Really heavily muscled bull coming out here in second. And that being said, I'd just like to relax that bull just a little bit in the spine, maybe make him just a little freer and easier compared to the bull that starts the class at the ground. But that's being pretty picky on a really long spine, really heavily muscled bull with a lot of usefulness in a lot of people's cow herds. Next bull coming out, really attractive bull. Probably wants to get just a little short sometimes. I think he's just got that little added bit of extra condition on him, but that's being pretty picky on a bull that's really got a nice outline. I think there'll be a whale of a set of calves out of him. Leanest bull in the class coming out next. You love the profile of this bull, just not quite the powers we had in the bulls above him today.
This is your third and final call, Class 26 and 27 purebred Simmental bulls. Third and final call, Class 26 and 27 purebred Simmental bulls. Your Class 18 results from your Open Hereford Female Show in first place, and also your champion senior yearling female goes to entry number 223, 15A Phoebe 123K, exhibited by Lauren Wingler of Christiana, Tennessee. In second place, and your reserve champion goes to entry number 224, S7 Naomi 231, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. Third place in Class 18 goes to entry number 225, exhibited by Sedona and Salem Sifford of Golden Vein, Virginia. Now exhibiting in the Hereford ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion female. This is your third and final call, Classes 19 through 23. Hereford's, once again, final call, Class 19, 20, 21, 22, and 23 Hereford bulls to the makeup arena.
As we get this grand drive out here, guys, this is, if this don't get your heart pounding and get the hair standing up on the back of your neck, I don't know what will. And I guess we just, we beat to a different drum, if not, because this right here is what it's all about for me personally. Growing up, I tell everybody I grew up a redneck from North Carolina, and I tell these guys out here all the time now that I live in the Midwest how lucky they are to be able to exhibit cattle constantly at a high level, because back home it was hard to do that growing up, and there's just not as many shows and not as many people that maybe are in this deal out east there, but it is something that I guess when I say all that, it's the reason that I am today. And when I say all that, I say that because when I grabbed this microphone, when I put my tie around my neck this morning and said a prayer with my wife before I left the camper, you guys have absolutely no idea how serious and how real I take this opportunity, because this is an absolute dream of mine to be standing out here in these green chips studying your cattle. And I want to thank the Hereford Association, thank the North American for an opportunity that I will not forget and I'll forever appreciate. With that being said, if you know much about me, you know that there's the absolute first thing that I do when I grab this microphone, get on this stage, and get the opportunity to talk to you guys is to praise the good Lord above, because without Him, without his blessings that He has bestowed upon me, I wouldn't be where I am today. I wouldn't have the wife that I have. I wouldn't have the 2 young boys that I have, and I wouldn't have near the blessings that He has given me. So He is the utmost priority on my list, and what I prayed about this morning is that I would say the words that He would want me to. Secondly, I want to thank my wife, Lauren. I'm sure she's around here somewhere. She is the nuts and bolts of our operation. She's the reason that things happen. Everybody kind of looks at me, but I promise you, she is what kind of grinds the gears and gets everything moving around core cattle. That is also goes right into the crew that we have. We've been blessed with an absolute bad to the bone hired hand, Luke Stern, for 3 years now. He's a grinder, and without him, we wouldn't be able to do the things that we do every year. So I know they're back in the barn tearing down the stall thinking, God bless it, Will got out of it one more time, you know. So them guys are absolutely spot on back there and allow me to be out here with you. As for the cattle, I think that this is elite, and this is stuff that makes me love the cattle industry and just love what I do every day, and I eat, sleep, and breathe it. As we go back through the cattle and we start studying them, yes, I'm going to take a minute and talk about the cattle. I know everyone's ready to go home, but these cattle deserve it. I'm going to be the very first one to tell you, if my wife's up there, you can ask her. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and that's just how things go. I'll be dead honest with you. It's hard to use a baby calf in this setting because I have a mad amount of respect for about that fall division on back in terms of the way them cattle are managed and put together at this stage in the game. But I'll be the first to tell you, this first division makes it tough not to do so, because that one right there, I guess, hit me really, really hard. That one, to me, in terms of her feet and legs and in terms of projecting cattle and how they're built, I love that one. In terms of her flexibility, I love her in her spine. But what really makes that one so unique to me is how fresh she is, but still how massive she is in her body cavity, and everything fits. That one absolutely gets my gears going, gets my mind to turning, and definitely is one that I think absolutely needs to be in contention out here today. The young lady there out of the second division, so good in terms of her balance and proportionalities, big feet and big legs. Maybe when we get her back out here, we'd like to rotate her back in terms of her shoulder, but a very, very high-end one. Our fall won that division just because of how burly and dense that animal is, and still how good looking she is on top of that. One that is so good in terms of her body cavity and her stoutness. Maybe a female we talked in that division. Critics are going to say her hip and hind legs not 100, but it's good enough. In this setting, you know, that's the deciding factor on that female and where you want to land. Our summer division, we talked that pair of them that came out of that summer division as absolutely elite ones, and I think they are. This female won that division because of her structural integrity in terms of her shoulder, her knee, and her front foot. We talked about how fresh she is. Now, when you get her back out here, in my opinion, you have to ask yourself, is there enough to her? When you get in behind her, is she wide enough? Is she true enough? Is her hock and everything down on the lower part of her skeleton wide and true enough to really just say, I need to win? If so, if you're cool with that, then yeah, she can win. If not, then that's what takes her out of contention. But for me personally, that one's definitely in the conversation. Young lady's calf here next is one that is bad to the bone. Presentation is incredible. Animal is very, very good, very balanced, very solid, just everywhere. So hard to put a big hole in that animal, and then with her maturity and her age, that is so hard to do. One that I think is next level in terms of her quality. Young ladies, January, so smooth, so balanced, and so good in terms of her hip, her loin, and her tail head, and the length that she has to it. A female that is so good from the side. We step in behind her. We maybe want a shot more to her for the condition that she's carrying, but a very, very high quality one. And then the senior yearling is very, very good from the side. Maybe like to stouten her up and see a shot more udder at this stage in the game. Guys, this has been absolutely incredible. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have, because this is an opportunity and some cattle that I will forever remember. Thank you guys once again. God bless, and let's go pick you some champions.
Here in our Simmental Bull Show, we get into this division here, and we've got some real power. And like we talked when they came through the class, I think all these bulls kind of came to the top in their respective classes pretty easily, from the single entry on down there to the third class. I guess as we look at these bulls, we're seeing some bulls develop their masculinity. They've got some breed characteristics, some bulls that are going to go out and do a really good job. Now, there are some differences in bone and structure, but I think all these bulls are sound, bulls that can get out and do the job. Zane will go out and show you the one we like today, and then we'll pull the seconds in for reserve.
Congratulations, your grand champion Hereford female goes to entry number 168, Hawk R.C. Macy 307, owned and exhibited by Blaine, Hadley, and Wyatt Dunklow of Wayne, Nebraska. And your reserve grand champion, Hereford female, goes to entry number 51, RGR Purple Libyan 34M, exhibited by Riley Gregory Rhodes of Carlinville, Illinois. Congratulations to our Hereford female exhibitors. Hereford bull exhibitors, please be aware that due to the sizes of your classes, multiple classes will be called at once. Classes 19 through 23, you should already be in the makeup arena. This is your first call, class 24, 25, and 26, Hereford bulls. First call, class 24, 25, and 26, Hereford bulls. Your Class 25 results of your purebred Simmental Bull show. In first place, and also your Division 4 champion bull, goes to entry number 212, Rockin' P Just Believe, L9, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock of Rockwall, Texas. In second place, goes to entry number 211, Wise One-Eyed Willie, exhibited by Michaelin Helmke of New Philadelphia, Ohio. Third place went to entry number 214, Story to Tell 329L, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. Fourth place goes to entry number 215, Cash Money L21, exhibited by Red River Farms, Shipwreck Cattle, and 3B Cattle Company of Grand Saline, Texas.
Really nice single entry bull here in our senior yearling division. Bull that's got that added power to him in terms of muscle shape. He's got that masculine neck to him. A bull that's really nice when we get him out here in motion. He's really smooth in those joints for all the power he has. A bull that'll be really fun to get back out here in division.
This is your first call, Class 28, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs. First call, Class 28, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs. Your Class 26 results are your purebred Simmental bulls. In first place, entry number 216, Three Aces Revelation K209, exhibited by Andrew Meyer of Clinton, Tennessee. Now entering the ring is class number 27 of your purebred Simmental bulls.
really close pair of bulls here at the top of this class. This is really impressive to get some bulls down here at this point of the show and have it be this tough. Bull we're going to start with, we just felt like it was a little bit longer through the center portion of his body. We thought a bull that maybe doesn't have as much hair on him, and that's neither here nor there whether you need it or not. But that being said, I think this bull's real. I think he's got some muscle shape. He's got some smoothness. He has some forerib in him. A bull that's got that extra masculinity that I think a breeding bull needs to have. Not taking anything away from the bull here in second. I think this bull's really got some nice shape to him. Nice shape down his top. A bull that's clean in his underline. A bull that maybe just gives up a tick of length to the bull that leads off the class. But that's being pretty picky. Two excellent bulls here at the top of the class. Bull coming in next, really long spine kind of a bull. When we put him in motion, he wants to kind of rise up in that tail head and maybe poke those pins up just a little more than what I like to see. But that's being pretty picky. Really long spine kind of a bull, real smooth through the center portion of his body. Just a really nice bull. Lace-face bull coming out here next, a bull that has a lot of power to him. Now with that being said, he's got a little extra condition on him, and we see him just a little more restricted in his movement at the ground. He wants to waddle just a little bit for us today.
This is your final call, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs. Final call, Class 28, purebred Simmental cow-calf pairs. Your Class 27 results and also your champion Division 6 bull goes to entry number 220. GSC College Player C13K, exhibited by XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, and B&K Farms and Ivy & Sons of West Point, Iowa. Second place and your reserve champion goes to WLSF Firehouse 911K, exhibited by JS Simmentals and Woodlawn Show Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. Third place goes to entry number 217, HDDN Troubadour 46K, exhibited by Hayden Farms of Jacksonville, Illinois. Fourth place goes to entry number 219, exhibited by Madison Young, Owen Brothers Cattle Company, and Gertis Show Cattle of Belmont, Ohio. Now entering the ring is a selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion and Purebred Simmental Bull. This is your first call, Class 29 and 30, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 29 and 30, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, Class 24, 25, and 26, Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 24, 25, and 26, Hereford Bulls. Since 2017, the American Simmental Association has recognized show animals of the year through its PTP Ring of Champions program. This program awards points to show animals for successes at the 6 major PTP shows: the American Royal, North American Cattlemen's Congress, National Western Stock Show, Fort Worth Stock Show, and the Dixie National. Today, we would like to recognize our 2023 through 24 Ring of Champions winners and award their exhibitors with memorial banners. Winners, you are invited to the front of the ring to be honored. Your Grand Champion Purebred Bull of the Year went to TJSC Coping with Destiny 9K, owned and exhibited by Jones Show Cattle, Diamond J Simmentals, XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, and Minert Show Cattle. Your Reserve Champion Purebred Bull of the Year went to OBCC GSC College Players C13K, exhibited and owned by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. Honorable mention Purebred Bull of the Year went to SO Remnant 418J, owned and exhibited by TC Reds and Sunset Oaks Simmentals. Your Grand Champion Purebred Heifer of the Year went to UDE Haley 5K, owned by Brady Edge and Udell Cattle Company. Your Reserve Champion Purebred Heifer of the Year went to Rockin' P Built to Love K67, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock. She is also the 23 through 24 People's Choice Heifer of the Year. Honorable mention Purebred Heifer of the Year went to Everhart's Brandy, exhibited by Morgan Jackson. Your Grand Champion Percentage Bull of the Year went to RP CMFM John B. J104, exhibited by Red River Farms, Circle M Farms, and Rockin' P Livestock. She is also the 2023 through 24 People's Choice Bull of the Year. Reserve Champion Percentage Bull of the Year went to RP CMFM Anti-Up K84, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rocking P Livestock. Honorable mention Percentage Bull of the Year went to JSCCS Woodford J1, exhibited by Wayward Hill Farm and JS Simmentals. Honorable mention Percentage Bull of the Year also went to Coalition K1AF, owned and exhibited by Owen Brothers Cattle Company, Diamond J Simmentals, XTB Cattle Company, and Elmore Cattle Services. Congratulations, your Grand Champion Percentage Heifer of the Year went to BCR Time to Shine 106K, exhibited by Chloe Clark. Your Reserve Champion Percentage Heifer of the Year went to SNS NXFT SSC Jennifer Aniston, exhibited by Chance Clark and Schaefer Show Cattle. Honorable mention Percentage Heifer of the Year went to RBS Blown Away K208, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan and Addison Lehman. Your Grand Champion Full Blood Bull of the Year went to Alliance Polled MTM 1723, exhibited by Alliance Simmental Farms and Ashlyn Oldie. Your Co-Reserve Champion Full Blood Bull of the Year went to Alliance Raptor 2722, exhibited by Alliance Simmental Farms. Co-Reserve Champion Full Blood Bull of the Year went to Red Oak Explosive 210K, exhibited by Red Oak Farm. Your Grand Champion Full Blood Heifer of the Year went to Logland Zentera 210K, exhibited by Garrett Jones. Your Reserve Champion Full Blood Heifer of the Year went to Logland Ruth Ann 260K, exhibited by Cade Tate. Finally, Honorable Mention Full Blood Heifer of the Year went to FGAF Petra 101J, exhibited by Fermi Gagnon Incorporated. Congratulations once again to all of our Ring of Champions winners.
Let's give these bull exhibitors a round of applause. This is a really tough bull show. I mean, we've got to see some awful nice bulls. Some of our classes didn't have a lot in them, but I guess I feel like that we got to see a lot of really high-quality individuals out here. As we went through the bull show, I think, these cattle kind of speak for themselves. I think you see the masculinity coming as we go through the age groups. We've got that smoothness, we've got some stoutness, and we've got that masculinity. And I know it's always a trade-off trying to fit that all together, but I think a lot of these bulls have done it. I think there's a lot of high quality out here, and we're going to take one more look, and we'll select the one we like today.
Nice young single entry bull calf to get us started in our bull show on the Hereford side of things. And the young lady's bull calf is very good in terms of his body cavity, in terms of his masculinity at this stage in the game. A bull that has a lot of quality to him. My compliments to her on a very nice single entry.
Second call, class 29 and 30, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, class 29 and 30. Congratulations, your grand champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 220, College Player C13K, owned and exhibited by XTB Cattle Company, Elmore Cattle Services, B&K Farms, and Ivy & Sons of West Point, Iowa. Your reserve champion purebred Simmental bull goes to entry number 206, WLSF Firehouse 911K, exhibited by JS Simmentals and Woodlawn Show Cattle of Maxwell, Iowa. Congratulations once again to our purebred Simmental bull exhibitors. This is your third and final call, class 29 and 30, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, class 29 and 30. This is your first call, class 31 and 32, purebred Simmentals. First call, class 31 and 32.
Very, very high quality pair of April bulls, and even with this pair being so good in terms of their quality, this bull right here needs to lead off and needs to do so rather handily, I guess, in my opinion. That bull right there, I guess, to me, hit me as a breed changer. I mean, that dude is way far out there in terms of how good looking he is, the shape that he has to his head and his ear set, but then when you couple that with the fact of how round-bodied he is, how stout and punchy he is from behind, and yet can get out and travel the way he needs to. That one right there is extremely, extremely intriguing to me. The bull here in second, you could grant him or talk him about maybe even being a little leveler hipped than the bull that comes in front of him. He's a very nice bull, probably a little bit more toned down in terms of his birth weight. If you're looking for something along those lines, this is definitely the way to go. And that bull still got plenty of foot, plenty of body to match those numbers. A bull that's still really, really high quality. My compliments to both of those two on a very, very nice pair.
This is your third and final call, class 24, 25, and 26 Hereford bulls. Third and final call, class 24, 25, and 26 Hereford bulls. This is your first call, class 27, 28, and 29. First call, class 27, 28, and 29 Hereford bulls. Your Class 19 results of your Hereford Open Bowl show. In first place goes to entry number 232, 11 Flintstone 6M, exhibited by Haley Ferguson of Windsor, Missouri. Your Class 20 results. In first place, entry number 234, CFCC Maserati 253M, exhibited by Jason Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 236, Ramsey Pearl Snap 407, exhibited by Lena Ann May of Greenfield, Indiana.
two awful nice pairs out here in our pair show, both 2-year-olds and both got late spring calves on them. I guess I see these as really nice cows on down the road, cows that have some potential to go ahead and raise really good ones. I think they've got really good ones on them while they were on grain, but I think the structure and the makeup of these two-year-olds, there's a load of future left in them. I guess as we go through there, we love the performance that this first cow get put into her calf. We love the look to her, the depth through that front all the way to the rear, like the symmetry of her body, like the extension out through her neck. I like the femininity in the way her shoulder lays in. If I was going to change this cow ever so slightly, I'd change that udder attachment just a little bit, maybe pull it up just a tick tighter. That's being pretty picky on an awful nice pair. As we get into the second pair here, you just love the look on this cow. Love the look she put into her calf. You can tell that's sure a mother-daughter group right there. You like the udder on her. Maybe not quite the performance we had in this cow up here on the front end, but I think two excellent females and doing a really nice job with their calves. My congratulations.
Another excellent pair here on the her side, and the bull that's going to lead us off, I think, does so rather handily. That bull from the side, in terms of his flexibility and his arrogance and how he gets out and travels, is absolutely spot on, in my opinion. So good in terms of his balance and his proportions. The bull in two is one that is very interesting in terms of injecting maybe some extra growth, some extra frame. If you're looking to do that on the cow side of things, I can definitely see you using this bull, a bull that's very good in terms of his top line. Maybe we'd want to just drop him down and see him a shot easier doing there in terms of his body cavity as we compare him to his contemporaries, but a very nice pair.
Results of Class 21 of your Hereford Spring Bull Calves. In first place, entry number 238, Purple Proud Boy 50M, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. In second place, entry number 233, Wilson 17Y Armstrong 145, exhibited by Wilson Stock Farm of Kensington, Ohio. This is your third and final call, Class 24, 25, and 26. Once again, third and final call, Class 24, 25, and 26 Hereford Bulls. This is your second call, Class 27, 28, and 29 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 27, 28, and 29 Hereford Bulls. Second call, Class 31 and 32, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, Class 31 and 32, purebred Simmental heifers.
didn't take long for things to get interesting over here on the Hereford Bull Show, and I say that because these two class winners that come out of our second and third class here are very, very good, and they're probably elite is what I should be saying. And I think that what makes bull shows so interesting, at least for me personally, and how my mind works as a breeder and as a connoisseur of cattle is because these two bulls, I'll be dead honest with you, it kind of depends on what cow you're breeding in terms of which one needs to win. And I say that because they're so different. The bull that comes out of the second class is tricked out. I mean, that is a no-chested, tight-throated, awesome headed and necked one that has big feet up underneath him, so stout and powerful at this stage in the game. I think that bull is so unique in terms of combining that type of neck, that type of chest back into a body cavity and that stoutness of hip. Now, as we compare him to the bull right behind him, is he quite as like level and good right there out of his hip and pin set? No. Is he quite as smooth there in his shoulder? No. But you know, if we're breeding a cow that has, you know, enough smoothness, enough kind of a blend of things, and needing to add some added look, hair, bone, and stoutness, I can see that being the way we go. And then kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum, the bull here out of Class 3 is so good right here. That bull, his look from the side and his structural integrity is absolutely 100. I mean, that bull is so good in terms of his spine, so good in terms of how he carries himself as we ask the cattle to go. As we step in behind him, does he have enough power and mass to go, or as much power and mass to go with the bull right there in front of him? You know, that's the question. And like I said when I got on the mic, I think that's what makes this pair of them so intriguing to study and so hard to break down, because quite honestly, I would use them on exact opposite types of cows. So here's the best part about the bull show. Hopefully these two young men are going to collect them. You guys can breed them and use them how you want to. I'll put the mic down and go grab you a pair of champions.
Third and final call, Class 27, 28, and 29 Hereford Bulls. Third and final call, Class 27, 28, and 29 Hereford Bulls. Congratulations to your Class 28 winner and also your grand champion and purebred Simmental pair. Goes to entry number 222, FSCI Miss Emotion K713, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth and Missing Rail Simmentals of Granville, Ohio. In second place, and your reserve champion, purebred Simmental pair, goes to entry number 223, Images Flirtin' with Disaster, exhibited by Mad Luke Cattle Company and Double Image Cattle Co. of Arcadia, Indiana. This is your third and final call, Class 31 and 32, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 31 and 32, purebred Simmental heifers. Congratulations, your champion of Spring Bull Calf here in your Open Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 238, Purple Proud Boy 50M, exhibited by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Talon, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 234, CFCC Maserati 253M, exhibited by Jason Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Now exhibiting the ring is class number 22 of your junior Hereford Bull Calves.
Get out here in a trio of February bulls, and the bull that I decide to lead off with of the pair of stouter, more powerful, performance-oriented cattle, this dude here is the one that I become more comfortable with the longer I study the cattle in terms of the front part of his skeleton and how everything hooks together. His chest is set further up into his body cavity. He's more opened up here in his heart and his forerib, and you can see that as you step back off the cattle and study how good and strong that he comes right out the backside of his blade. His shoulders laid into him very nicely, and that all allows him to be so good looking up front while still having plenty of masculinity and ruggedness to him. Still very, very stout as you step in behind the cattle. That dude is wide pinned, and I mean burly. Now, if you're going to criticize him, for me personally, maybe you'd like to just see him go just a little bit better in terms of his hock. He's kind of wanting to hit the ground just a shot hard there from behind, but I think as he stops fighting the halter and just rolls, it looks even better the longer that he's out here. The bull here in two is one that I love in that aspect. I love that dude's hock and rear foot, and I think that's what makes it so close because his flexibility is incredible. He's a little bit plainer there about his chest, maybe a little bit more opened up about his shoulder, even on the top side of it right there as you study him. coming right out the backside of it there, just like to intensify his forerib. But that is a flexible, awesome built bull there in 2. Young ladies bull here in 3 just ran out of mass and power, obviously, but he still has quality to him. That's still a nice lined, good looking bull there for her to continue to feed down the road.
Results of class number 22 of your Hereford Bull Show. In first place, entry number 244, Silo H18 Branston 2404, exhibited by Lane Katie of New Windsor, Maryland. In second place, entry number 242, TVF Musketeer 3M, exhibited by Adam and Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland. Third place, entry number 240, MKP Warrior H26, exhibited by Marie Prattle of Algoma, Wisconsin.
January bull calves here, and the young man brings us one that's getting ready to make the turn here. And as those cattle kind of made that lap, I guess he, for me, just solidified the fact that he needed to start us just in terms of his comfortability, in terms of how his hind leg is designed, in terms of the foot size and the shape of it. Not only is he stouter at the ground, he's the more agile one as we put the cattle in motion. That's a dense, stout, burly built bull that definitely has plenty of masculinity and just muscle at this stage in the game. The bull here in 2 is very unique on paper. You grab your paper here and start studying that bull in terms of his calf and knees and birth weight and how much grow that he has here in terms of his phenotype and how big scaled he is and good looking he is. I have to compliment that bull for that. That bull brings a lot of good things to the table. In today's setting, I would just like to intensify intensify him at the ground, make him a shot bigger there in terms of his rear foot, and also make him just a shot more comfortable on it as we ask these cattle to go. The bull here in 3 is stout. He is big-hipped. He is stout down his top. With that added stoutness, we get a little bit wider in terms of where our shoulder lays onto our body cavity, and that also causes us to maybe not be quite as accurate in terms of our step off of our front structure there, but a very, very nice class of January bull calves.
Results of class number 23 of your Hereford Bulls. In first place, entry number 247, ZNI Old Fashioned 62M, exhibited by Zachary Imbruglio of Litchfield, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 248, 50 POTUS 343, exhibited by Amberlyn Christianberry of Star, South Carolina. In third place, entry number 246, SHF Mile High 2402, exhibited by Kira Sayre of Aaronsville, Illinois.
We get out here in this particular division and 4 bull calves that represent it and do so in very, very good fashion. Bulls that offer utility and different positives that you can kind of incorporate into your herd and how you want to use them and how you want to kind of use their attributes to kind of complement your cows to make obviously the next generation better. I think there's a pair of them out here that need to stick together. This pair of them here out of the first class will be your division champion in reserve.
Congratulations, your champion junior bull calf here at your Hereford Bull Show goes to entry number 244, Silo H18 Branston 2404, exhibited by Lane Katie of New Windsor, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 242, TVF Musketeer 3M, exhibited by Adam and Sophia Taylor of Parkton, Maryland.
We get into our fall bulls here, and the December bull calf's going to start us off, and I think he does so just in terms of his flexibility. He's a bull that maintains the looseness of his spine and his skeleton when we ask these cattle to get out and go. A bull that's so good in terms of his body cavity, and I think that's where he has the distinct advantage over the bull in two, just in terms of his rib cage and his balance and proportions as you back off the cattle. Is his front feet just absolutely perfect? No, you could tweak him there, but that's getting extremely critical of a bull that I think brings a lot to the table. Muscle is the bull here in two, and if you're looking to inject some power, you have to be intrigued by this dude because there is a lot of width and a lot of natural mass there. Now, with that added width and mass, we kind of get a little tighter when we ask the cattle to go, but that dude definitely has some attributes that can be used in a lot of operations. Congratulations to both of those two young ladies on a very nice pair.
Results of class number 24 of your Hereford Bull Show. In first place goes to entry number 229, Mr. Kickin' Rocks 23L, exhibited by Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 250, The Joker, exhibited by Abigail Ralston of Enola, Arkansas.
2 October bulls here, and the young man here in the cowboy hat brings us the more kind of growth-oriented bull that not only is better on paper, he's the more eye-appealing, just phenotypically driven bull as well in terms of the positives that he brings to the table in terms of his muscle, his overall look down his top, a bull that's just quite a bit squarer and stouter there out of his hip. The young lady's bull here in two, a bull that's probably a little bit smoother about his shoulder, a bull that definitely has some frame size and scale to him, maybe a bull that we'd like to stouten him up in terms of his foot, his bone, and his power, but still a very good bodied, nice profiling type of a bull for her.
To start off our Simmental female show, really nice heifer to come out here to start off their class. Heifer's really complete. Now, granted, she's a little further along than several of these heifers out here, but that being said, she does it with a lot of style. She's got that extra rib shape. She's got that extra extension out through that front and that extra power at the ground. I think a heifer that's just got a lot of future to her. Young lady's heifer here in second. I think this heifer's got a lot of future to her. She's pretty green. She's pretty late in her maturity right now, but I think this heifer on down the road, she has that added extension out through that front, laid in that shoulder. When we put her in motion, she gets out and takes a pretty nice stride. Just a really nice heifer. Next heifer coming out, another heifer that's really green in her condition, a heifer that's got a lot of future, I think, on down the road. Not quite the power in her bone structure as the two heifers above her, but I think a heifer with a lot of future. Be interesting to see how they look come next summer. Next heifer coming out, you love the thickness in this heifer, and you love the power and the muscle shape. Maybe just a little shorter sided, maybe just a little shorter strided when we get her in motion, but not quite the look that we had in the two heifers above her, I don't think. Next heifer out, another really green conditioned heifer, a heifer that I think's got a lot of future to her, just not enough power today to run with the heifers above her.
Big, stout, burly, masculine bull here that starts us. And even with all those attributes, he's still one that just puts it together in such an appealing type of a package. A bull that's just absolutely ideal in terms of his hip design, his tail head, where his pins and where everything sets up top there. A bull that's very, very high end. Congratulations to him. The bull here in 2 is the one that matches his added mass and width, in my opinion. A bull that's probably a shot stouter in terms of his feet, in terms of his legs, than the bull in 3. I'll be the first to tell you, I wished I would just see that bull set down with a shot more authority and just comfortability there off of his rear too. But a bull that I thought in terms of his looseness of spine and his front end structure needed to go in 2. The bull here in 3, round-bodied and definitely has a lot of muscle to him. For me, that bull became a little bit concerning in terms of his front end build. I'd like to see his shoulder laid back on him, but definitely a bull you have to appreciate for the amount of dimension and real muscle he brings to the table.
Results of class number 26 of your Hereford Bulls. In first place, entry number 225, 228G LaRue 28L, exhibited by Stephen W. Green and Mike Isaacs of Munfordville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 253, PJF Class Act 178J, exhibited by Colby Prophet of Gray, Tennessee. Third place, entry number 230, CHF Man in the Mirror 3205, exhibited by W.C. Taylor of Cottage Hill Farm of Petersburg, West Virginia. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion senior bull calf.
Very, very nice fall division here for the Hereford Bulls. Obviously didn't have quite the numbers, but I think these bulls still represent quality and different attributes, and you can kind of decide how you want to use them at home. I think in this particular setting, there's 2 bulls that fit me rather well to represent this division. Your class winner here out of the 3rd class will be your champion, followed behind the young lady up front there. Out of the 1st class will be your reserve. Let's give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, your champion of Senior Bull Calf here in your Hereford show. Goes to entry number 255, 228G LaRue, 28L, exhibited by Stephen W. Green of Munfordville, Kentucky, and Matt Isaacs of Horse Cave, Kentucky. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 229, Mr. Kickin' Rocks, 23L, exhibited by Adeline Sorgan of Convoy, Ohio. Now entering the ring is class number 27 of your late summer yearling Hereford Bulls. This is your first call, class 30, 31, 32, and 33 Hereford Bulls. First call, class 30, 31, 32, and 33 Hereford Bulls. First call, class 33, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, class 33, purebred Simmental heifers.
We get out here in some late summer yearling bulls and just a pair of them, but I tell you what, the young lady brings us a very, very nice bull here. Very seldom do you find one with this type of calf and knees that's still that rugged and that just stout build at the ground in terms of his feet and his legs. Bull puts a very, very high quality, balanced look together from the side. Very, very nice bull there for that young lady. Young man's bull here in two is stout, especially on the upper side of his skeleton. He pushes some muscle down that top and out of his hip. A bull that maybe we'd like to free him up a little bit there in terms of his hock from behind and just see him travel with a little bit more agility, but still a very nice pair for both of those young exhibitors.
Really fun class to analyze here. We start off with a big, powerful heifer. She's probably as far along as she really needs to be at this point in terms of condition. But that being said, there's a lot of good in this heifer. She has some cushion to her hock. She has some cushion to her pastern. She's big through the center portion of her rib cage, even without that extra condition. She's laid in that neck and shoulder area. You just love the power that she has. The heifer we brought up into second here, I think this heifer closely follows her in kind and quality, just gives up the pounds to the heifer that starts off the class. But I think in terms of quality, she kind of needs to be right here. You put this heifer in motion, she's free and easy on her feet and legs, a heifer that's adequate in terms of her length. She has that extra depth of side and femininity up through that front end. Love the profile here coming out in third. A heifer, you just love the upheadedness and the way that neck ties into the top of her shoulder blade. But when we put this heifer in motion, we want to see her just struggle just a little bit. And I think as time goes on, she gets used to being shown. I think that'll change. But for today, she just didn't quite move quite good enough for us today. Next heifer coming out, again, another really nice female in terms of power. She has that added depth of side, that added power to that rib cage, but I think this heifer just gives up a little bit when we put her in motion. She wants to get a little quick on her movement and maybe not reach out and cover her track. real long spine female coming out next. Maybe carries just a little extra throat latch there compared to the heifers above her, but I think on down the road with the power and the length of spine that this heifer has, she'll be a real breeding piece. Really nice heifer that coming out next. Just a little green in her condition, not enough power to keep up today.
Pair of April bulls here, and the young ladies brought us a bull that not only commands our attention in terms of his extra performance, his weight, and his power. That bull is also the one that's probably more ideal in terms of his foot size, in terms of the shape to his front feet, and in terms of how he handles his hind leg. And I think that's what makes him the ideal choice here to go ahead and lead off this particular class. The young man's bull here in two, moderate, looks like to be an easy keeping type of a bull that's not going to require a lot of extra energy, but a bull to me maybe gets a little bit more hesitant there in his step from behind. Would like to kind of redesign him in terms of his hock joint and how he uses it, but still a stout, powerful, moderate bull for that young man.
Second call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifer. Second call, Class 33. Results of Class 27 of your Hereford Bulls. In first place, entry number 256, HC Wolfman 306, owned by Eubank Farms of Oblong, Illinois, and Caitlin Harfst of Battle Creek, Michigan. In second place, entry number 258, VCR 41H Escort 20L, exhibited by Parker Lewis of Salem, Illinois. Your Class 28 results. In first place, entry number 259, Joe Havoc 7L, owned by Wilson Stock Farm of Kensington, Ohio. Second place goes to entry number 260, 106J Perfecto 26L, owned by Anthony Mezrano of Columbia, Alabama.
We get this particular division back out here, and obviously not huge numbers, but still great quality within this Hereford Bull Show. I hope there's some breeders ringside that are looking to kind of utilize some of these bulls, because they definitely deserve that kind of respect, especially the young ladies bull up front. We talked to him in that particular class in terms of how unique it was to have a bull with that much cavities pushing him in terms of his numbers, but still have a bull that was that rugged build at the ground. And that's still the phenotypical bull within these four bulls in terms of his look. The young lady there out of the second class won that particular class in terms of how powerful and round-bodied he is. Very, very nice division here. We're going to stick with the young ladies up front, the young lady right behind her for reserve. Congratulations.
This is your third and final call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 33, purebred Simmental heifers. This is your first call, Class 34. First call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers. Congratulations, your champion intermediate yearling Hereford Bull goes to entry number 256, HC Wolfman 306, owned by Eubank Farms of Oblong, Illinois, and Caitlin Harfst of Battle Creek, Michigan. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 259, Joe Havoc 7L, owned by Wilson Stock Farm of Kensington, Ohio. Now entering the ring is class number 29 of your spring yearling Hereford Bulls.
April yearling single entry bull here, and the goggle-eyed bull is one that is really, really good on his feet and legs. He's wanting to push the young lady, and quite honestly, I understand why, because when your feet and legs are built like that, it don't hurt to move. And that dude is so flexible, so unique in terms of his foot and how he gets out and travels. Still a bull that has great presence to him. Very, very high quality single entry there.
Results of class number 29 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 5, J Salt Butter Up 4369M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 19, FSCI Sazerac M251, exhibited by Ferguson Cattle Company of Mentor, Ohio. Third place goes to entry number 9, SJR Dairy Queen 424M, exhibited by Kaysen Albritton of Parrish, Florida. Fourth place, entry number 8, exhibited by Fedurkey Show Cattle of Napoleon, Ohio. In fifth place, entry number 7, exhibited by Ferguson Cattle Company of Mentor, Ohio. Your Class 30 results. In first place, entry number 15, J-Sol Honeybun 4349M, exhibited by Brexton Grabiel of Edison, Ohio. In second place, entry number 17, CCS JS Summer 34M, exhibited by JS Simmentals of Maxwell, Iowa. In third place, entry number 13, RF Grizdella M25, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Fourth place, entry number 11, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Fifth place, entry number 16, exhibited by Bella Wildermuth of Granville, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 14, exhibited by Ferguson Cattle Company. This is your second call, Class 34. Second call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers.
Interesting set of heifer calves here in our Simmental show. We're going to start off the class, probably the biggest, heaviest heifer in the class. But with that said, I think she has the most good things to offer us today. I think this heifer is extremely well balanced when you consider her from end to end. She's level through that underline. She has that added power that I think we need at this level. And she's still got that feminine package about her. She's soft in her joints when you look at her from the ground. And I think this heifer has a lot of future to her. Next heifer we brought out, I think this heifer has a lot of future on down the road. I think she gives up a little bit in terms of rib shape to the heifer above her. But I think in terms of quality, this heifer has some good things to offer. She has that added muscle down her top. She has that femininity still. And when we put her in motion, she's adequate in terms of flex and stretch and setting her feet down. Next heifer out, we really like this heifer on the side profile. Maybe not quite the power in the two heifers above her, but I think a heifer with a lot of future left in her. She's a little leaner maybe than the heifers that started off the class. But I think this heifer's got a lot of future in her. Next ball-face heifer that comes out, you really like the depth of rib she has. She has still some good femininity to her, has laid in that neck. Maybe like to drop that flank just a little bit to get her any higher today, but another really high-quality female. And we round out the class. Two little greener heifers with not quite the condition. I think on down the road, these heifers could sure be competitive in this class. They just need to get powered up and go ahead and grow out, and we'll see how they do next summer.
Third and final call, Class 34. Third and final call, Class 34, purebred Simmental heifers.
Trio of March yearling bulls here, and very, very good. And the bull that leads us off, quite honestly, I think the longer I study the cattle, the more comfortable I become with it, just because I think, honestly, he combines the two cattle behind him. He has the stoutness, the foot, and the bone of the bull in 2, but has the flexibility and just the usage to his hock joint and how he gets out and travels as the bull in 3. But he still does it in a fresh, very, very good condition package. A bull that just looks like, to me, he has that come hither type of a look. He has a quality look, but looks like a working bull too. A bull that's good with his foot size and the shape to it. Very good in terms of his masculinity. The bull here in 2 is the one that, in my opinion, has some very unique parts and pieces. A bull for me that is so unique in terms of how he's constructed at the ground, in terms of how stout he is in his feet and his legs. A bull that I'd like to see maybe use his hock just a shot better, just have a little bit more flex to it. And then as we kind of compare him to the bull that preceded him, he maybe wants to come with a shot of chest as well. The bull here in 3 is very agile and very big-bodied. The problem is the longer I study him, I ask myself, does the heaviest condition bull just have enough to him when that's peeled off of him, when he's in his working clothes? Is that bull just massive enough and powerful enough to go with the 2 bulls right in front of him? He's also the bull that I'd just like to correct him a little bit in terms of his front feet, but a very, very good class of March bulls there.
Really tight pair here at the top of the class. I think the heifer that's just a tick smoother, maybe just a little more blown out in that forerib for us today, kind of comes to the top. You love the outline of this heifer. You like the extension, the way that shoulder set back into her. You like the way that her hock flexes when you watch her move. And when you analyze her to the ground on the front end, I think she's just a little truer in her leg and the way her knees set. Big stout heifer, really powerful coming out here in second. I think maybe like to pull her apart just a little bit in forerib and maybe get her just a little truer to the ground out of that knee on the front for us today. Again, being awful picky on a really powerful female. Really nice ball face heifer comes out here next. Maybe not quite the power in terms of rib shape and through the center portion of her body and the 2 heifers that started off. But wow, what a really nice outline this heifer has. A lot of flex, really smooth through her joints. Just a really high quality heifer. Big stout, high performing heifer come out here next. Maybe carries just a little more condition. And with that being said, maybe doesn't hold it together quite as nice for us today. A little leaner heifer coming out next. A lot of future left in this one. Just not quite the pounds to keep up today with the heifers at the front of the class.
First call, Class 35 and 36, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 35 and 36. Results of class number 29 of your Hereford Bulls. In first place, entry number 261, SCC 3G Lionel 15L, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. In Class 30, your results are as follows. First place, entry number 266, GGSC Checkmark 14L, owned by Grimmel Grill Show Cattle of Jarrettsville, Maryland, Wheeler Farm of Chickasha, Oklahoma, and Andrews Wolfrey of Jarrettsville, Maryland. In second place, entry number 265, Long Shot 2307, owned by Silo Creek Farm of Mount Airy, Maryland. Third place to entry number 262, Big Iron 3114, exhibited by Reagan A. Dunn of Cochranton, Pennsylvania.
We get over here in our February bulls, and this pair of bulls that kind of starts this class, I'll be the first to admit it, they're kind of opposites and on the different kind of opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of what they offer. So you guys kind of decide how you want to utilize them and which one you like the best. But in my opinion, here's the more moderate, bigger bodied bull that I'm just more comfortable in terms of his rib cage and the shape to it. I think he's a bull that's very agile when we ask the cattle to get out and travel. Maybe a bull that's got just a Scotia shoulder, but a bull that I think is very, very ideal in terms of his balance and proportions. The big, stout, high performance bull is here in two, and a bull that is definitely brings a lot of scale and just size to the table, and you have to appreciate him for that. If you're looking to kind of inject some size and growth, I can see where you would side with this bull. For me, just to match that added frame, I wish we had a shot more center cage, a shot more turn there to his forerib, but a very, very high quality one there. The young lady's bull that rounds us out may be the one that was a little disappointing on paper in terms of his growth, but a bull that's still big-footed, big-legged, and definitely offers some stoutness down low at the surface. Maybe also a bull that concerns me a little bit in terms of his body cavity, but still a very, very nice quality bull there that has some attributes for that young lady to go home and use.
Second call, class 35 and 36, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, class 35 and 36. Your class 31 results of your junior yearling Hereford Bulls. In first place, entry number 269, Chaz Stonewall 3606, owned by Grass Pond Farm of Griddell, New Jersey, and Chesney Eifling of Highmore, South Dakota. In second place, entry number 267, HR8C Walter 12L, owned by Alexander Hushuri of Janesville, Wisconsin. In third place, entry number 268, SVC Code Red L2, owned by Brianna Perkins of Sulphur, Kentucky. Attention in the barns, this is your second call, class 35 and 36, purebred Simmental heifers. Second call, class 35 and 36, purebred Simmental heifers.
Nice single entry January bull here that's very nice in terms of his balance and his proportions. Maybe a bull, and we'll get him back out here, we can see just how he matches up. A bull that maybe we would need a shot more size and punch and weight to him at this stage in the game, but definitely a balanced bull that gives us a quality look here. Congratulations to her on a very nice single entry.
Your Class 32 winner from your junior yearling Hereford Bulls goes to entry number 271, 238F Fortified 5L, owned by Haley Ferguson of Windsor, Missouri. Attention in the barns, all champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls, make your way to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion Hereford Bulls, please make your way into the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, class 35 and 36, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, class 35 and 36.
Wow, what a set of heifers we had in this first division. You really got to take your hats off to these breeders. These cattle are ready. They're made right. They're cattle that I can like from one end to the other. All these classes, there was no bad ones out here. It was tough from first to last in those classes. I guess as we got into this division and we get them back out here, you can really see the quality in these cattle. They have that added rib shape that I like. They have that softness, but yet they still have that angular, feminine look about them. Cattle that are made right structurally, you can tell when you put them in motion, they reach out and hit their stride, don't get outside themselves. I guess I'm really tickled with what we got out here. Zane and I got one more look here, and we'll show you the ones we like. Let's give them a round of applause on an awful nice division heifers.
We get this division back out here in very, very high quality bulls. Been that way all throughout the afternoon here. Bulls that represent a lot of positives, a lot of good attributes for you guys to go home and kind of use and just inject different things into your operations and how you want to use them. There's a pair of bulls out here that I think combine structural integrity, look, and just balance and where I want to be in terms of building the cattle right. We'll go out and show you those two bulls, if you will. Put your hands together for a very nice division.
Results of class number 31 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 30, J. Saul Sweet Honey, 4362, exhibited by Pembroke Cattle Company and Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 25, Bates Mia, 402M, exhibited by Delaney Bates of Sebawing, Michigan. In third place, entry number 27, J&J Miss Marcy, exhibited by J&J Simmentals of Winnemac, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 23, exhibited by Maverick Hope of Patulka, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 32, exhibited by Aiden DeShields of Poseyville, Indiana. Sixth place went to entry number 31, exhibited by Carson Oliver. Your Class 32 results. In first place, entry number 39, SNS TSSC Something to See, exhibited by Claire Nibe and Schaefer Show Cattle of Melrose, Iowa. In second place, entry number 42, Harker's Black Satin M114, exhibited by Glennis McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. In third place, entry number 45, J.S. Saul Flirtaway 411M, exhibited by Blake Kitzmiller of Elk Garden, West Virginia. In fourth place, entry number 36, exhibited by Orchard Acres of Brandon, Wisconsin. In fifth place, entry number 46, exhibited by Laney McAllister of Indiana. This is your first call, Class 37 and 38, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 37 and 38, purebred Simmental heifers. Congratulations to your Division I champion. Purebred Simmental heifer goes to entry number 39 from class number 32, SNS TSSC Something to See, exhibited by Claire Nibe and Schaefer Show Cattle of Melrose, Iowa. Your Division I Reserve champion. It goes to entry number 30 out of Class 31, J. Saul Sweet Honey, 4362M, exhibited by Pembroke Cattle Company and Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. Now entering the ring is class number 33 of your purebred Simmental heifers. This is your second call, Class 37 and 38. Second call, Class 37 and 38, purebred Simmental heifers. Congratulations to your champion yearling Hereford Bull. Goes to entry number 266, GGSC Checkmark 14L, owned by Grimmel Girl Show Cattle, Wheeler Farm, and Andrew Charles Wolfrey of Jarrettsville, Maryland. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 261, SCC 3G NAILE 15L, exhibited by Riley Stockdale of Dayton, Pennsylvania. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 33 of your senior yearling Hereford Bulls.
Couple senior yearling Herf bulls here on this side of the ring, and two bulls that are very, very good. But the young ladies bull is just that much better. And I say that that bull is extremely interesting to me, to be of that age, to be of that maturity, and still be able to hold that bull's top line together the way he has, the way that bull's designed in terms of his hip, in terms of his shoulder and his knee and his agility. When we ask the cattle to get out and travel, I think is very, very unique. A bull that's very stout and powerful, good in terms of his body shape. Just a very, very nice bull there that definitely, I guess, in my opinion, checks a lot of boxes. The young man's bull here right behind her is a bull that's so good in terms of his moderation, in terms of his body cavity and his flexibility. Maybe just not quite the bells and whistles, maybe one that's not as just opened up and as powerful and as genuine as the young lady's bull there. So she'll be your division champion, followed behind him for your reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to our Class 33 winner and also your champion at Senior Bull Calf goes to entry number 275, MCS Joker 922, owned by Mary Carter Shirley of Sparta, Tennessee. Your reserve champion Senior Bull goes to entry number 277, GCC 2296 Bullet 401, exhibited by Wayne Garber of Lawrence, South Carolina. Attention in the barns and attention all exhibitors. Don't forget that if you are a grand or reserve grand winner today, we would love to have you join us on Thursday for the Supreme Drive, where we will pick the top 5 for cow-calf pairs, bulls, and females. Now entering the ring is going to be the selection of your grand and reserve grand champion bull. And Natalie Belcher, your 2025 National Hereford Queen from Georgia, leads the way. We'd also like to recognize Brianna Perkins, also your Kentucky Hereford Queen. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Hereford royalty. The girls have been working very hard today and helping us here with the show. Big thanks again to Natalie Belcher and Brianna Perkins. This is your third and final call, Class 37 and 38, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 37 and 38.
Very interesting set of heifers here. I think we've got a lot of quality in this class from top to bottom, but we've got some differences, I guess. And for us today, the heifer we're going to start off with, while she may be the heavy WDA heifer, I think she's got the most good things going for her. I love the power she has. She has that added softness to her rib cage. She's extended out through that front end. She's got that depth of side that we like. And yet when we put her in motion, she's very fluid in her movement. Heifer coming out next, you just love the feminine head about this heifer. You like the stamped out outline of her. Maybe not quite the softness through the center portion of her body for the heifer that started the class, but I think a heifer that closely follows her in terms of quality. Next heifer coming out, a heifer, we like the outline of this heifer. Maybe like to bring her down just a little bit in that rear flank. Maybe bring her down just a little bit in that twist when you analyze her from behind, but being pretty picky on an awful nice outlined heifer, a heifer that has some muscle shape. She's got some future to her. Ball-faced heifer coming out next. You really like this heifer on the stand. You just like to see her slow up just a little bit and maybe just neaten her up a little bit in terms of her neck. Ultra feminine heifer coming out here next. Just not quite the power we had in the heifers above her, but I think this heifer's got a lot of future. She's got that added depth, and she's pretty lean in her condition. Another really nice female in terms of length of spine and femininity. Just not quite the power. Maybe doesn't come off those rear two quite as nice when we put her in motion. Another really deep-sided female with a lot of power in terms of her rib shape, but maybe not quite the length of spine, and then maybe doesn't come off of her shoulder quite as nice as some of the heifers above her. Heifer rounding out the class, just not quite the power we had in the heifers above them.
As we get over here in the grand drive of the Hereford Bulls, it's definitely been an awesome show. You know, I started the show and I asked Corbin when he was out here with me, I said, how many bulls we got? He said around 30, and you know, most will, you know, a couple, 2 or 3 in each class. And the incredible part and why I reference to that is because when you get these division champions and reserves back out here, you would have thought we had 200 head to pick from, because these bulls are very, very good, and they're very different. And to be quite honest with you, I still have absolutely no idea which way I'm going to go. I think there's several different ways that you can kind of decide where you want to sit, and I think that's what makes a bull show so unique and so interesting to sort through, because obviously for you and your cow herd and what you need to emphasize within that particular cow herd, then obviously that's going to dictate kind of how you pick out the bull that you're going to go ahead and use to obviously make that next generation better. I think there's bulls out here that offer some stoutness, power, and width. I think there's some bulls out here that offer incredible structure, and bulls that obviously I think kind of combine those two things and really kind of bring themselves to the top. There's 3 or 4 of them out here that I think are next level good, and I think that it's extremely, extremely close. I kind of grabbed the microphone to buy myself a little bit more time just to kind of boggle around in my mind exactly in which way I want to go in terms of, do you go with 2 of the more unique animals that you've seen, or do you go with kind of your more down middle of the road, just awesome everywhere, very consistent type of bulls? So I think that these bulls are very, very good. If you will, while I'm on the mic, the last time, I want to thank the North American and the Hereford Association one more time for having me. It's been an absolute honor and pleasure to get to sort through your cattle today. If you will, put your hands together for the Hereford breeders and this association for an absolute incredible show today.
Results of class number 33 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 66, J. Saul Special Rose 4201M, exhibited by Bristol DeMarie and Schaefer Show Cattle of Jamestown, Indiana. In second place, entry number 62, Jazz Rosie Girl 47M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In third place, entry number 56, RF Extra Special M402, exhibited by Riley Farms of Cisco, Illinois. Fourth place went to entry number 63, exhibited by B&K Farms, Ivy and Sons of Lawrenceburg, Tennessee. In fifth place, entry number 53, exhibited by Red River Farms and Caden Steedman of Grand Saline, Texas. In sixth place, entry number 55, J&J Simmentals. Seventh place, entry number 58, Jaden Patton. Eighth place, entry number 48, Wiley Cattle Company.
Big, powerful heifer to lead off our class. A heifer, when we put her in motion, she gets out there and takes a nice full stride. She's got that added softness to her and that depth of side. You get in behind this heifer, she has some muscle shape, some shape down her top, and yet she still does it in a feminine package. Heifer coming out here in second. Heifer's just got cow road all over, I think. She's got that extended front, that shoulder that's laid in. She's got that added rib shape. Mary carries it just a little nicer than the heifer at the top of the class. But that being said, not quite the power we had in a heifer that leads off the class. Next heifer coming out, extremely well balanced through the center portion of that body. She's got that levelness to her underline. Maybe you like to clean her up in terms of her condition up over the top of that neck, but I think that's being pretty picky on an awful functional type female. Baldy heifer rounding out the class, really long-sided, a heifer that's got a lot of future on down the road, just not quite as clean through that throat latch as some of the heifers at the top of the class.
And your grand champion Hereford Bull goes to entry number 238, Purple Proud Boy 50M, owned by Purple Rain Cattle Company of Toulon, Illinois. Along with having your grand champion Hereford Bull, Purple Rain is also your premier exhibitor and your premier breeder. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Purple Rain Cattle Company. And your reserve grand champion Hereford Bull goes to entry number 234, CFCC Maserati 253M, owned by Jason Farmer of Brownstown, Indiana. Once again, congratulations to all of our Hereford exhibitors here today at the 2024 North American Open Hereford Show.
Excellent set of heifer calves in this division. We had some differences in kind and condition, of course, but I think that being said, I think our quality was really good all the way through this division. As we analyze these two class winners and their respective seconds out here, I think we've got some cattle that are starting to break away and come to the top for us that are made like this. They're heifers that can get out and travel, heifers that have that added femininity and still have that power to go with it. Zane's going to go out and show you the one we like today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
Results of class number 34 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 311, UDE Haley 30M, exhibited by Emma Chamberlain of Cole Camp, Missouri. In second place, entry number 68, RRF Tiara 25M, exhibited by Red River Farms and Helm Farms of Grand Saline, Texas. In third place, entry number 75, Miss Reminiscence 2401M, exhibited by Cassidy Gabbard and Emily Miller of Vevey, Indiana. In fourth place, entry number 79, exhibited by Lindley McAllister of Patriot, Indiana. Congratulations, your Division II champion purebred Simmental female goes to entry number 66, J-Sol Special Rose 4201M, exhibited by Bristol Demery and Schaefer Show Cattle of Jamestown, Indiana. Your Division II Reserve champion female goes to entry number 62, Jas Rosie Girl 47M, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky.
Well, this is what makes it fun to analyze cattle right here. This is an awful nice set of heifers here in this class, but this particularly, these two up here in the first and second hole, these are really two really high quality individuals. There's not a lot, there's just some give and take, and it's a personal opinion and anybody can have one, I guess. For us today, we're going to start off the class maybe with a heifer just a little softer when we put her in motion, maybe just a little neater up over the top of that shoulder for us today. Being really picky on the second place heifer. This heifer has a lot of power, a lot of balance to her. She's extended out through that front end. Just some give and take here, but we're going to use the heifer just a little softer when we put her in motion today. Second place heifer. Wow, a lot of power, a lot of rib shape, a lot of muscle shape. A heifer, when we get her out here, you love the way she stands on her feet and legs. Like I say, just like to see her just a little softer when we put her in motion today. Big, powerful heifer coming out third. Heifer maybe just a little coarser in her bone work and her joints than the two heifers that start off the class, but you love the profile, the depth, the power. Just giving up a little bit in terms of cleanliness about her joints for us today. Heifer coming out here in fourth, really extended kind of female, really long through the center portion of her body, just giving up that power through her rib cage through the middle part of her body, but I think a heifer with a lot of function and utility as far as the length of spine and the stretch that she has.
Your Class 35 results, your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 92, Jason Proud Mary, 3654L, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. In second place, entry number 88, Dwyer WGB Lana, 390L, exhibited by Chick Chicks Cattle Company of Clinton, Illinois. In third place, entry number 87, Black Satin L821, exhibited by Caden Roberts of Cumberland, Ohio. Fourth place, entry number 91, exhibited by JNAE Livestock and of Lincoln City, Indiana.
Interesting trio of heifers here in our fall division. We're going to start off the class with a heifer that really profiles out nicely for us. We like her outline. Maybe if you wanted to change her, maybe clean her up just a little bit in that brisket, but I think that's being pretty picky on a heifer that's got a lot of power to her. She has a lot of flex. Heifer that's soft in her pasterns, and we put her in motion, she gets out and takes a nice full stride. The black heifer coming in second. I think this heifer has a lot of good to offer. She's really feminine through that neck and shoulder. You love the length through the center portion of her body. A heifer that's got a lot of good things going for her. Maybe not as powerful as a heifer in third, but I think she kind of comes together in terms of overall quality a little higher for us. Not to take anything away from the heifer coming out here, the big baldy heifer. You love the length of spine and the power she has. Maybe gives up just a little bit in terms of balance. Like to pull her apart just a little bit in that forerib. But again, being awful picky on an awful powerful, really long spine female.
First call, Class 39. Purebred Simmental's first call, Class 39.
really good front end of this class. I think when we analyze these heifers, this heifer we're going to use in first, she does so pretty easily when we put her in motion. I think this heifer's soft at the ground, she's flexible, she gets out and moves really nice. You like the way her whole body moves when she moves. She's adequate in terms of thickness. She's got that added softness through the center portion of her rib cage. Heifer that's really laid in the shoulder, extended through that front end, but yet still has some power to her. A little more powerful heifer here in second, but that being said, we'd like to free her up just a little bit when we put her in motion. She wants to be a little stiff in that shoulder and maybe not flex quite as nice at the ground, I don't think, but you just love the power in her. She's got that added length of spine. She's extended out through that front end. Just like to see her track out just a little nicer for us today. Baldy heifer coming out next. You really like the outline of this heifer, beautifully presented. Just like to maybe put a little nicer foot under her. She was wanting to roll off just a little bit on those outside claws, but being pretty picky on an awful nice heifer in terms of overall profile and power, depth of body through the center portion of her body. Black heifer coming out next. Really got a lot of power to her in terms of length of spine. Heifer that's got some muscle shape to her. Just not quite the neat package we had in the heifers above her today. Red heifer, another heifer, we'd like to change a foot just a little bit on her heifer, not quite that center body softness that we see in the heifers at the top of the class.
First call, Class 40 and 41, purebred Simmental heifers. First call, Class 40 and 41, purebred Simmental heifers. Your Class 36 results are your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 98, TTFC Emma 6L, exhibited by Addison Ward of Oak Grove, Missouri. In second place, entry number 104, J. Salt Mary 3630L, exhibited by Easton Chamberlain of Colcamp, Missouri. In third place, entry number 106, Miss Sunny D13, exhibited by Elise Fennig of Coldwater, Ohio. Your Class 37 results. In first place, entry number 108, J. Saul Rosie 3653L, exhibited by Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma. In second place, entry number 109, J.S. Dairy Queen 87L, exhibited by Michaelian Helmke of New Philadelphia, Ohio. Third place, entry number 112, WHF Sunny 302L, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. Fourth place goes to number entry 111, Macy Jo Bell of Bardstown, Kentucky. And fifth place, entry number 115, exhibited by Laura Ellington of Mount Sterling, Kentucky. This is your third and final call, Class 39, purebred Simmental heifers. Third and final call, Class 39, purebred Simmental heifers. This is your second call, Class 40 and 41. Second call, Class 40 and 41 Simmentals.
Really high quality set of heifers in this division. I think these exhibitors need a round of applause. The first and the respective seconds were were just excellent out here. You think you're at the front end of the whole breed show, and it just keeps getting better. I guess let's give them a round of applause. We've got a couple heifers in mind for us today. Zane will go select them, and we'll see what the rest of the day brings.
Congratulations, your Division III champion, purebred Simmental heifer, goes to entry number 92 from Class 35, J. Saul Proudberry, 3654L, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rockin' P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. And your reserve champion goes to entry number 88, Dwyer WGB Lana 390L, exhibited by Schick Chicks Cattle Company of Clinton, Illinois. This is your third and final call, Class 40 and 41, purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 40 and 41, purebred Simmentals.
Excellent single entry out here. Heifer, I sure think could stood some competition. She's extended in that front end. She's level in that underline. A heifer that's got a lot of good things about her. When you put her in motion, she flexes on all four. A heifer is just really functional. Be fun to get her back out here later on.
Your Class 38 results: in first place goes to entry number 421, HVNR Legend L48H, exhibited by Brody Ingram of Winchester, Illinois. Now entering the ring is class number 39 of your purebred Simmental heifers. This is your first call, Class 42 and 43, purebred Simmentals. First call, Class 42 and 43.
Nice set of summer yearling heifers here. The heifer we're going to lead off with, she does a lot of things right. She's got that profile that we like to see. She has that extension out through that front end. She comes out of the top side of her shoulder blade really nice. The heifer, when we put her in motion, she's sound. She's got that added power and dimension to her rib cage. Just a real powerful individual. Heifer we're going to bring out in second. We just love the outside profile of this one. She doesn't have quite the power the heifer that starts the class, but I think a heifer that closely follows her in terms of quality and actual profile from a side view. Heifer coming out next, a heifer that's got some muscle shape. She's got some internal dimension. Heifer's got a lot of length of spine, just not quite the power we had in the two heifers above her today. We get into our summer yearlings, we're starting to see some maturity in these females, some females that are showing their power. They're kind of showing what frame score they're going to be. And I don't have a problem with big cattle or moderate cattle, I guess. We're looking more for quality for us today. And I think we found a heifer that we think ought to win this division. Zane will go show you the one we like today.
Second call, class 42 and 43, purebred Simmentals. Second call, class 42 and 43. Your Class 39 results of your purebred Simmentals. In first place goes to entry number 423, and also your Division 4 champion, LAALJR Jera 385L, exhibited by Brenna Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 421, Brody Ingram, exhibiting HVNR Legend L48H. Additional results from class number 39. In second place went to entry number 130, IAH Shelby's Flower L2744, exhibited by Kelsey Sedgwick of Sheridan, Indiana. In third place, entry number 124, exhibited by Carson Oliver of Bellevue, Florida. Third and final call, Class 42 and 43, purebred Simmentals. Third and final call, Class 42 and 43.
Two awful nice heifers at the top of this class. We're going to start out the class with a heifer maybe just a little fresher in her condition, a heifer we appreciate for that. I think she shows us just a little more cleanliness through that brisket while still maintaining some chest floor. A heifer that's really attractive from the side. She's got that added femininity to her. A heifer that's still soft through the center portion of her body, but a heifer with a load of future out there. Heifer coming in second, you love the power in this heifer. Maybe just like to lean her up just a tick today. She wants to carry that navel just a little deeper than we like, maybe just a little more condition when she walks away. Next heifer coming out, really attractive female on the side profile, just not quite the power through that rear flank that we had the heifers above her today. Red heifer coming out next, a heifer you really like all the mass and volume. Probably like to lean this heifer up as well. I think this heifer carries her condition a little bit too much for me through the top side of that neck and down in that brisket. But again, being pretty picky on an awful powerful female. Really attractive female coming out here next. A heifer just giving up some power to the heifers above her today in terms of rib shape and cover over that rib. Well, they keep bringing good ones out. This is a really powerful class here. I guess you could take any of these home and have them in the front pasture, I think, for us today. Now, there are some differences. Today, we're going to start off with a pretty stout heifer, a heifer probably at the upper end of it for bone for me, but you just love the way she handles it. A heifer that she gets out on the move, she tracks really nice. You love that shape to her lower rib cage. You love the extension out through her front end for as powerful as she is. Heifer behind her, not quite the power, but I think as far as complete and making a cow, this one has cow written all over for me. I think she gives up a little bit in terms of bone to the heifer that leads off the class, but being pretty picky on an awful nice pair of heifers. Heifer coming out here next, you just love this heifer on the stand. Maybe like to give her just a little more heel and get her upright on that hoof just a little bit for me, but you just love the profile. You love the extension and the length down through the center portion of her body. Heifer coming out here next, another real nice cow prospect. Just not quite the power in terms of width when you get in behind her as the heifer's at the top of the class, but again, an excellent, excellent cow prospect. Another super attractive female coming out here next. Heifer, we'd maybe like to free up just a little bit on those front two as she moves around the ring. But again, being awful picky on an awful nice female. You just love the design, the outline of this heifer when you view her from the side. Young lady's heifer coming out here next. Again, another really nice cow prospect. Maybe not carrying her condition quite as nice. Wants to push that brisket out a little ways in front of her. But again, being pretty picky on an awful nice cow.
Class 44, please make your way to the makeup arena. Class 44, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of class number 40 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 140, JSF 3 Gossip Girl 322L, exhibited by Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. Second place goes to entry number 150, CNW Miss Wheelman 23, exhibited by Cole Wilcox of Bedford, Indiana. Third place, entry number 144, TCC4 Flirt Away 60L, exhibited by Annabelle Rapp of Paxenos, Pennsylvania. Fourth place, entry number 143, exhibited by Tammy Hale of Santa Claus, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 147, exhibited by Owen Smith of Versailles, Indiana. Your Class 41 results. In first place, entry number 151, CCS JS LFTZ Summer L378, exhibited by Brody Winnell of Sioux City, Iowa. Second place, entry number 159, JSOL American Pride 3195L, exhibited by Levi Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. In third place, entry number 153, Everhart's Brandy, exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas. Fourth place, entry number 158, exhibited by Colby Sinclair of Cloverdale, Indiana. Fifth place, entry number 156, exhibited by Piper Shepard of Napoleon, Ohio. Sixth place, entry number 154, exhibited by Addison Fennig and Schaefer Show Cattle of Coldwater, Ohio.
Another really powerful set of Simmental females here. We're going to start off the class with probably the all-around heifer for us today. You like how neat she is through that front end and laid in that neck. She's got a nice shoulder slope to her. The heifer has really got a lot of flex and softness to her pasterns. When she gets out and moves, you really like the way she handles herself. You love the body and lower rib shape to her. Heifer coming out here in second. Much the same kind through the middle portion of her body. Maybe like to change the way she comes off that front end just a little bit when we put her in motion today, comparing her to the first place heifer. But again, pretty powerful female through the center portion of her body. Got that added depth and rib shape and spring of rib that we like to see. Red heifer coming out here next, a heifer that we thought kind of was an all-around heifer, a heifer that's got a little added muscle shape, a little added power that way. Maybe not quite the spring of rib we had in the heifers above her, not quite the power through the center portion of her body. Real long-sided heifer coming out next. Heifer you just like to lean her up just a little bit in her condition, neaten her up through that front end for us today. Blaze-faced heifer you just love on the stand. A heifer that maybe gets just a little pigeon-toed, wants to turn in ever so slightly when she comes around the corner, but that's being pretty picky on an awful nice female in terms of length of side, power through her rib shape, power behind, just a nice female. And the heifer rounding out the class, really long-sided, just like to clean her up through that brisket and through that lower throat latch there.
All champion and reserve champion and purebred Simmental heifers, please make your way to the makeup arena. All champion and reserve champion and purebred Simmental heifers, please make your way to the makeup arena. Results of Class 42 of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place goes to entry number 170, 3 Aces Mignon L 233, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana. In second place, entry number 162, Bar O Luna 235L, exhibited by Caden Kamerlink of Leonardsville, Kansas. In third place, entry number 165, WHF Angels Envy 245L, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop of Versailles, Kentucky. In fourth place, entry number 173, exhibited by Maverick Hope of Paloka, Indiana. In fifth place, entry number 167, exhibited by Paisley Olson of Lowry, Minnesota. Sixth place, entry number 168, exhibited by Cash Rumpel. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 43 of your purebred Simmental heifers. This is your final call, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmentals to the makeup arena. Once again, all champion and reserve champion purebred Simmental heifers to the makeup arena.
Interesting pair of heifers out here today. Heifer we're going to use this afternoon, I think it's a heifer that you really admire in terms of her overall softness, heifer that's really feminine. We get her out here in motion. She's adequate in terms of motion, I think. She's soft through the middle part of her body. She's extended out through that neck, really clean, laid in nice in that shoulder. Love the power and the shape coming out here in the heifer in second. She wants to get up under herself a little bit in motion out here. And I think some of it, she's just not happy about being here. And that's kind of picking on her. But for today, I think that's what we got to go with. But again, really nice female in terms of muscle shape down her top. She has that added dimension when you get behind her. A heifer that's really attractive from the side profile. Heifer coming out in third. A heifer you really like on the stand, a heifer that's maybe just a little more restricted in the way her shoulder moves for us today. Maybe like to lean her up just a little bit up over the top of that neck.
Your Class 43 results of your purebred Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 175, BCR Time to Shine L41, exhibited by Reed Haynes of Greenville, Ohio. In second place, entry number 176, Savage Angel 311L, exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of York, Nebraska. In third place, entry number 174, GWC JAE Reba L15, exhibited by Kyra Moore of Fountain Run, Kentucky.
Well, again, my congratulations to these exhibitors. This has been a really tough division again. They just kind of keep coming out here. These heifers are powerfully constructed. They're heifers that have a lot of rib shape, and yet they hold themselves together, and we put them in motion. They take a nice full stride. I'm impressed with the structure and the softness to these cattle. We move them around the ring. Zane and I think we found a heifer that we really like today. He's going to run out and pick our champion for this division. Let's give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to your Division 5 champion and purebred Simmental female. Goes to entry number 151 from Class 41, CCS JS LFTZ Summer L378, exhibited by Brody Winnell of Sioux City, Iowa. Congratulations to your Division 5 Reserve champion. Goes to entry number 170, 3 Aces Mignon L233, exhibited by Chase Harker of Hope, Indiana.
And the quality keeps coming. Single entry here. I think this heifer really could have stood a lot of competition. You love the way that she's designed, a heifer that's still ultra feminine, but yet has that power through the center portion of her body. You love how smooth and laid back she is in her joints, a heifer that you love the function of her. She's really feminine out through that front end. Heifer sure could have stood a lot of competition here.
Congratulations to your Division 6 champion from class number 44. Goes to entry number 180, Jason Rosie, 2637K, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. Now entering the ring is a selection of your grand champion purebred Simmental heifer. Attention in the barns, this is your first call, class 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 full-blood Simmental heifers. First call, class 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 full-blood Simmental heifers. The American Simmental Association annually awards its PTP Herdsman of the Year honors to one deserving recipient. Nominations are made by NAILE Simmental exhibitors, and the recipient is selected by his or her peers. The recipient of this year's Herdsman of the Year award is Deputy Keith Phillips of Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in congratulating once again Deputy Keith Phillips of Rock and P Livestock.
Let's give these heifer exhibitors a round of applause. I really appreciate the quality they brought out here. It's been very competitive, not just the ones that are standing back out here, the champion divisions and their respective reserves, but there's heifers that went back to the barn that on any given day could sure give any of these a run, I think. As we went through the thing, we tried to find cattle that kind of fit what we run at home. We like cattle that have a nice look to them. We like them to be feminine. We like them to be structurally sound. We like heifers that have that added rib shape and the structure that goes with it, the smoothness through the joints. I think as we go through these, I'm not going to talk them all because I think we did in class, but I do appreciate the quality that you as breeders brought out here. And I want to thank Zane for helping me. It was kind of fun to have him out here. But we're going to take another look. Let's give them one more round of applause for an awful nice female show.
Congratulations, your grand champion and purebred Simmental heifer goes to entry number 151, LFTS Summer L378, exhibited by Brody Winnell of Sioux City, Iowa. And your reserve champion, Simmental female, goes to entry number 92, Jason Proud Mary, 3654, exhibited by Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock. We'd also like to congratulate the premier breeder here for your purebred Simmental females goes to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa. Your premier exhibitor award goes to Circle M Farms and Rock and P Livestock of Maysville, Kentucky. Congratulations once again to our purebred Simmental exhibitors at this year's 2024 North American. This is your second call in class 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49, full-blood Simmental heifers to the makeup arena. This is your third and final call, classes 45 through 49. Once again, third and final call, classes 45 through 49, full-blood Simmentals. Attention to all of our Grand and Reserve Grand exhibitors. Please make sure that you fill out your paperwork and be sure to make it on Thursday, as we will be selecting a top 5 overall cow-calf pair, bull as well as female, in the Supreme Drive held Thursday afternoon. Once again, to all of our Grand and Reserve Grand winners for cow-calf pair, bull, and female shows, be sure to get your paperwork filled in for the Supreme Drive held on Thursday afternoon.
As we start off our full blood show, we got a heifer that kind of comes to the top for us. She has a lot of performance, a heifer that has a lot of rib shape. She's got some muscle shape to her and pretty sound as far as the structure and foot under. I think a heifer with a lot of future to her. A little leaner made heifer coming out here in second. Just like the way she carries herself out through that rear quarter. Heifer that's got that added length through the center portion of her body. Gets out and travels really nice. Heifer coming out here in third, a heifer that when we get her in motion, you really like her. Maybe like to level her up just a little bit, hooks to pins compared to the heifers above her, but being pretty picky on an awful nice female.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition here. We will be showing the full-blood Simmentals here in the 15th Annual Pinnacle. Your Class 45 results: in first place, entry number 399, Ashley M1, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. In second place, entry number 401, Blondie, exhibited by 5R Farm of Paris, Arkansas. In third place, entry number 400, TNT's Lovey Dovey, exhibited by Sarah Murphy of Georgia. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 46 of your full-blood Simmental heifers. This is your first call, class 50, 51, and 52 full-blood Simmentals. First call, class 50, 51, and 52 full-blood Simmentals.
Well, extremely nice set of heifers out here in our full blood show. The heifer we're going to lead off with, I think, was an easy heifer to come up with. This heifer's really complete in the way she carries herself. You love how up-headed she is. You like the shape to her body. She's got that added muscle shape down her top, and yet she's still really smooth in her joint work, smooth in her bone. Heifer with just a lot of potential and still got that look that we like today. Heifer in second, probably a little more heavily conditioned than the heifer that starts off the class, but I think this heifer's got a lot of good in her. She's got a lot of depth of side. She has that added dimension when you get behind her, a heifer with a lot of function and doability. Heifer coming out next, heifer's really long spine, maybe doesn't carry herself quite as nice in terms of her underline as the heifers above her, but I think a heifer with a lot of length of spine. She's got that added dimension down her top that we like to see, and a heifer that's just going to go on and make a really nice yearling. Big stout, long-sided heifer coming out next, just giving up a little bit in terms of muscle shape maybe to the heifers that start off the class. But again, a really long spine female with a load of future to her. Dark red heifer coming out next. Really neat made heifer, a heifer that you like the way she carries her top, a heifer that's got a lot of good things about her in terms of smoothness of joint and in her bone work. Just giving up a little power maybe to the heifers at the top of the class. Super long-sided female coming out here next. You like that length of spine down through the middle portion of her body. Maybe like to soften her up just a little bit in that lower 1/3 to have her run, but I think really long spine, really a lot of function and doability in this heifer. Next heifer out, again, another real long spine female. Just doesn't have quite that lower shape in her rib cage. A heifer that is pretty green. She's got a lot of future to her. Another little leaner made kind of heifer coming out here next. She's got the added size, but maybe not quite that lower shape that we like to see. Maybe like to level her up a little bit, hooks to pins. But as we come into the next two heifers out, heifers that are giving up some performance maybe to the heifers at the top of the class.
Results of class number 46 of your full-blood Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 411, SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. In second place, entry number 412, SBV Choice 281M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. In third place, entry number 410, TCBO Tilly, exhibited by TCBO Farms of Charleston, Arkansas. In fourth place, entry number 403, exhibited by Sam Hogue of Georgia. In fifth place, entry number 405, exhibited by Landon Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. Sixth place, entry number 407, Jada Peppers. Seventh place, entry number 408, Addie Pelock. In eighth place, entry number 409, Lee Cox. In ninth place, entry number 404, Sam Bogue. In 10th place, entry number 406, Ashlyn Oldie. In 11th place,
Excellent set of full-blood heifer calves out here in this division. We had 2 classes, and I think we had quite a bit of quality all the way down through there. But I'm really happy with the ones we got back out here, these firsts and seconds. I think as we went through that, we're starting to see some heifers that maybe got that added body to them, heifers that have that added dimension. And I think we've got one kind of picked out that we really like, and Zane will go select her. Let's give him a round of applause.
And your junior champion, full-blood Simmental heifer, goes to entry number 411, SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 412, SBV Choice 281M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Now entering the ring is class number 47 of your full-blood Simmental heifers. This is your third and final call, class 50, 51, and 52 full-blood Simmental heifers. Third and final call, class 50, 51, and 52 full-blood Simmental heifers.
Really nice single entry heifer come in out here. A heifer that you like the depth of side she has. You like the way she's expanded in that forerib, carries on into her shoulder and out into a neck that's really long and feminine. A heifer that's got a lot of doability to her. She's got that added depth of side. I think a heifer that could have stood a lot of competition out here. Congratulations.
And your class 47 winner of your full-blood Simmental heifers goes to entry number 413 at TNT's Nora, exhibited by Bailey Bogue of Georgia.
interesting class of heifers here. Heifer kind of come to the top for us. This heifer has just a little more to her, a little deeper through the midsection, a heifer that's balanced in terms of how deep she is in her underline, how she carries down in her rear leg, a heifer that's big and stout and got a lot of future to her. Heifer most closely follows her, the young lady's heifer there. She's got the same amount of depth inside, and she has a lot of rib shape. I think a heifer that has a lot of durability to her. Like the length of spine we got in the heifer coming out next, just giving up in terms of rib shape and maybe not quite as much power as the two heifers that lead off our class, but I think a heifer with a lot of future. Big stout heifer coming out here next. I'd just like to change this heifer at the ground just a little bit, maybe power her up on those rear two, free her up just a little bit as she goes away from us. Heifer coming out next, again, another heifer that giving up a little bit in terms of power and depth of side to the heifers above her, but I think she's got a lot of future to her.
Once again, Class 50, 51, and 52 should be in the makeup arena. Class 50, 51, and 52 to the makeup arena. Your Class 48 results: in first place, entry number 418, FTA Moo Money, 23L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada. In second place, entry number 419, 5 RTW Nellie Bell, exhibited by 5R Farm of Paris, Arkansas. Third place, entry number 420, Loglen Cosima, 392L, exhibited by Sean Hartline of Arkansas. In fourth place, entry number 415, exhibited by Zane White. In fifth place, entry number 416, exhibited by Sean Hartline.
Awful nice single entry out here. A heifer you really like when you put this heifer in motion. You like the way she goes away from you, handles her feet and legs pretty good. A heifer that's really long-sided. She's starting to get that softness to the center portion of her body. Extremely well up-headed, and love the way her shoulder lays into her. Heifer sure could have stood some competition.
Your Class 49 results: in first place goes to entry number 422, PBA Joe's Annie, L618, exhibited by Haley Ann Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion intermediate full-blood Simmental heifer.
Another extremely nice set of heifers in this division. We had a couple single entries, and I think as we get them back out here, they're sure deserving of their class winners. As we go through these heifers, we found a heifer we kind of like. Zane's going to show you which one we like in this division, and then we'll pick our reserve.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion, a female, goes to entry number 418, FTA Moot Money 23L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 422, PBA Joe's Annie L618, exhibited by Haley Ann Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts.
Another real high quality individual out here. It's a single entry, but I think this heifer sure could have stood some competition. If she's really level in her underline, a heifer that has that muscle shape that we like to see. She carries it well all the way forward to her shoulder blade, and then she's got a really feminine neck, and the way she lays in that shoulder's really nice. We put this heifer in motion, and you like the way she handles her feet and legs. Just an excellent individual.
And your Class 50 winner of your full-blood Simmental heifers goes to entry number 424, Estes Lucy L88, exhibited by TCBO Farms of Charleston, Arkansas.
Excellent pair of heifers here at the front of the class. I think these heifers are real similar in kind. They have that added length and they have that shape to their top. Heifers that are, when you get them out here in motion, they're really sound and functional. Heifers that have that added length of spine through the center portion of their body. Just two excellent females. As we move into our third heifer, a heifer that's got a little added extra muscle shape maybe. That being said, maybe you'd like to lengthen her out just a tick in that front end, comparing her to the heifers above her, but being awful picky with that much power, she's got a little more condition maybe in that front end. As we get into the next heifer, a heifer you really like the outline of this heifer, just gives up a little bit in terms of stoutness and levelness through that underline compared to the heifers above her, but a really nice female, a lot of function. Just like to free her up a little bit as we get her in motion. Real long-sided female coming out here next, just not quite the power and stoutness we had in the heifers above her. Another real long spine female, just like to lean her up just a little bit in condition through that neck, maybe make her just a little more feminine for us today.
Results of class number 51 of your full-blood Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 426, High-Tech Layla 129L, exhibited by High-Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada. In second place, entry number 429, FTA's Queen's Jewel 4L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock, also of Ontario, Canada. In third place, entry number 427, TNT's Paulette, exhibited by Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia. In fourth place, entry number 430, exhibited by Lee Cox of Georgia. Fifth place, entry number 431, Lane Tate of Muldrow, Oklahoma. In sixth place, entry number 428, exhibited by Sam Bogue. Attention to the barns, all full-blood Simmental bulls to the makeup arena, all full-blood Simmental bulls to the makeup arena.
interesting class here in our full blood show. We've got a young female out here with a calf a foot. I think this female's really well on her way to producing in her lifetime. She's got a nice udder, a heifer that when we get her out here in motion, she's smooth in her bone work. She's flexing on both ends. She's got a nice calf behind her. As we get into the second place heifer, you really love the added length and the stretch and extension in this heifer. I just like to pick her up in behind her shoulders just a little bit, maybe relax her in her top when we put her in motion to get her up above the pair in first. Heifer in third, again, really nice female, not quite the length we had in the heifer above her, but again, nice class of females.
Results of Class 52 of your full-blood Simmental heifers. In first place, entry number 434, TNT's Annie, exhibited by Mackenzie Solons of Georgia. In second place, entry number 435, Logland Sonic Ice 267K, exhibited by Sean Hertline of Arkansas. In third place, entry number 432, TNT's Accent, exhibited by Thomas Solons of Georgia. Now entering the ring is a selection of your champion and reserve champion, senior female.
Excellent division here. We had some heifers with some power. You got to analyze these cattle a little bit different. They have some shape to them. They have some muscle shape down their top. Heifers that have some length. When we put them in motion, these heifers get around really good. They're smooth in their joints. They have a good foot under them. And as we go through here, we found the heifers that we liked, I think, and Zane's going to go show you the one we like for champion today.
And your senior champion heifer goes to entry number 426 out of class number 51, High-Tech Layla 129L, exhibited by High-Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve senior champion goes to entry number 429 of the same class as your champion, FTA Queen's Jewel 4L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada.
Let's give our full-blood female exhibitors a round of applause. They've brought a really nice set of females out here. As we got these back out here for the grand drive, we were just analyzing them here, and we really like some of the things we see. These females have got some structure to them. They've got some muscle shape to them. They're adequate in terms of their depth of side and spring of rib. When we put them in motion, they get out and they travel pretty nice, and yet they have a lot of doability to them. Heifers that are going to go on and make pretty nice cows, I think. We've got one that we kind of like today, and Zane's going to go select her, and then we'll take a look for reserve.
Congratulations, your grand champion, full-blood heifer. Out of your junior division goes to entry number 411, SBV Choice 280M, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Your reserve grand champion, full-blood heifer, out of your intermediate division goes to entry number 418, FTA Moo Money 23L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada. Congratulations. All full-blood Simmental pairs to the makeup arena. All full-blood Simmental pairs to the makeup arena.
Really nice pair of bulls here to start off our full-blood bull show. Bull with just a little softer through the middle part of his body, maybe a little higher performing for me today. Bull that you love the depth of side to him. Just a really nice bull. Like the added length we got in our second place bull. Just gives up a little bit in terms of softness to the center portion of his body. Maybe not quite as thick-ended as the bull that leads off the class, but a bull with a lot of future to him. Real stout, high-performing bull's going to come out here, win this class. A bull you really like the added thickness he has. You get up and look down his top. He has a lot of muscle shape down his top. He's smooth in his joints. A bull that you really admire in terms of his WDA. As we get into the second place bull, a bull that has that added length, just not quite the depth of side, not quite the spring of rib as a bull that leads off the class.
Results of class number 50, 3 of your full-blood Simmental bulls in first place, and also your junior champion goes to entry number 438, AKGO Steve Harvey, 183M, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. In second place, and your reserve junior champion goes to entry number 439, TNT's Boaz, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Your Class 54 results in first place and also your intermediate champion goes to entry number 441, FTA Gold Rush 24L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada. In second place and also your reserve intermediate champion goes to entry number 440, N40 Hemi's Triple Threat L321, exhibited by 5R Farm of Paris, Arkansas.
Really high quality individual single entry out here in our bull show. A bull that you really admire in terms of his shape. The bull has that turn to his quarter. He has that width down his top. Bull that has a lot of function. Smooth in his bone work. Just a really excellent individual here in a single entry.
Results of class number 55 of your full-blood Simmentals. In first place, entry number 442, TNT's Power Ranger, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Now entering the ring is class number 56 of your full-blood Simmental Bulls. Once again, all full-blood Simmental pairs should be in the makeup arena. All full-blood Simmental pairs to the makeup arena. Attention in the barns. All Fleck Effect contestants, please make your way to the makeup arena. All Fleck Effect to the makeup arena.
Big, powerful bull to lead off this class. A bull that kind of comes to the top pretty easy for us in terms of WDA. You love the length of spine he has. You love the way his shoulders laid in. A bull that's got a lot of performance, gets around the ring pretty nice. As we get into our second place bull, a little fresher appearing bull. Bull maybe not quite the feed in him today, but I think a bull with a lot of usefulness, a lot of function to him. He's long through the center portion of his body. He's got a long hip on him. Just giving up some pounds today.
Your Class 56 results are your full-blood Simmental Bulls. In first place, entry number 445, High-Tech Limelight 116L, exhibited by High-Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada. In second place, entry number 444, TNT's Jackson, exhibited by Thomas Sullins of Georgia. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your senior champion bull.
As we move into the selection of your senior champion bull, Zane and I, we've been watching through these bulls pretty close, and I think we've got a bull that kind of fits our criteria, a bull that we really like today. He'll go out and show you the one we like for champion.
Congratulations, your senior champion bull goes to entry number 445, High-Tech Limelight 116L, exhibited by High-Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 442, TNT's Power Ranger, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Now exhibiting in the ring is a selection of your grand and reserve grand champion of Full Blood Bull.
We've been impressed with the shape and the muscle shape of these cattle as we've gone through this full blood show, and we really like this set of bulls we've got out here. My hat's off to you as exhibitors to keep bringing these cattle out here, because I think these cattle exhibit what we need in this industry: some muscle shape, some depth of side. They're sound. Some cattle have some durability, and I sure appreciate that. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause for bringing this nice set of bulls out here. Zane and I have had a good day today. We've had a lot of fun out here walking through all these cattle in your three divisions, and I guess we want to thank the association for inviting us to do this, and the North American for having us here. It's been a pleasure to be here. We'll go show you the bull we like today, and then their reserve.
Congratulations, your grand champion of Full Blood Bull here at your 2024 North American goes to entry number 441, FTA Gold Rush 24L, exhibited by McCraig Livestock of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve champion goes to entry number 445, High-Tech Limelight 116L, exhibited by High-Tech Farms, also of Ontario, Canada.
interesting set of pairs out here. These calves are all summer-born calves. The cow we're going to lead off with, the cow has some age on her, but I think with that age considered, and you look at the calf she's got behind her and the way her udder's held up, I think she comes to the top pretty easy for me. I guess I love the way her udder's held up. I like the way the cow's put together, her angularity and her muscle shape. As we get into the second place cow, I really like this cow. Nice young cow, extremely fancy calf at foot. Maybe giving up just a little bit in terms of rib shape and lower 1/3 to the cow that leads off. But again, really nice young female. As the next cow comes out, you love the high performance of her calf. You love the size of that bull calf. You love the cow's length. Maybe like to tidy her udder up just a little bit for me to get her any higher.
Your Class 57 results of your full-blood Simmental pairs. In first place, entry number 450, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. In second place, entry number 447, exhibited by Riley Lynch of Southwick, Massachusetts. In third place, entry number 449, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Now entering the ring is class number 58 of your full-blood Simmental pairs.
Really nice young cow coming out here to start off our class. You love the performance she's put in this calf. I mean, this calf's got a lot of weight per day of age. I mean, she's still milking really good. Maybe it'd be nice to tidy her udder up just a little bit, but I think that's being pretty picky when you look at the size of this bull calf she's bringing up. As we get into the second place, really like the style and the kind for this cow, just giving up a little bit in terms of performance to the pair above it today.
Results of class number 58 of your full-blood Simmental pairs. In first place, entry number 446, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. In second place, entry number 436, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm and Sarah Murphy of Cleveland, Georgia. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your grand champion of full-blood pair.
Hats off to these exhibitors bringing cow-calf pairs. This is a really tough gig, and they've done an excellent job. They've got their cows are in nice shape, and they've really done a nice job raising calves. As we analyze them, we really like the older cow we had in the first class. Cow that's pretty impressive to have a summer-born calf and be at that age. You really like the way her udders held up. As we got into our next class, we had a nice young cow, and she's breaking the scales, raising her calf. You really appreciate the power she's put in that calf. We'll take one more look, and then we'll select your champion cow-calf pair. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your grand champion full-blood pair. Goes to entry number 446, exhibited by Ashlyn Oldie of Williamsburg, Kansas. And your reserve champion full-blood pair out of class number 57 goes to entry number 450, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. And don't forget, full-blood Simmental exhibitors. At the conclusion of the Pinnacle Award, we also have the Get of Sire, Produce of Dam, and Breeders' Herd contests. Congratulations to your Pinnacle Award winner, your Supreme Champion, Full Blood, Simmental, goes to entry number 411, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Amber exhibited SBV Choice 280M. Congratulations, Amber. Once again, all Fleck Effect cattle to the Makeup Arena. All Fleck Effect cattle to the Makeup Arena.
Well, here in the produce dam, we had a nice turnout, and I think we had some really good ones out here. Zane and I kind of walked down through here, and it's pretty impressive to bring out a set of calves that are all out of one dam. He's going to go show you the way that we placed our top two. As we move cattle in for the get a sire, a couple of our groups stayed the same, and they were the ones that we used in the last group class, and I think we're going to leave those two right where they were. This will be our first place get a sire, and this will be second right here. Congratulations. I have a single entry here in our breeders herd, and they'll be our automatic class winner, and a real high quality set of cattle they are.
Congratulations, your champion get of sire and your champion produce of dam goes to McKeag Livestock of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve champion get of sire and reserve champion produce of dam goes to Amber Morris. Congratulations to our full-blood Simmental exhibitors. Your champion breeders herd goes to TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Congratulations once again to our full-blood Simmental exhibitors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to welcome you to the 2024 North American International here at the 10th Annual Fleck Effect. Starting off with class number 59 of your Fleck Effect bulls born April through May of 2024.
As we get into the fleck effect portion of our show here, we got a nice bull calf come out. They're going to be at the top of this class. This calf has a nice look to him. He has some depth of side. He has some smoothness to his shoulder. Bull that's got some testicular development. I think he's going to go on and make a really nice bull. So we get into the second place bull a little leaner in his condition today. But that being said, I don't think he has quite the depth of side, quite the muscle shape that we got in the bull that leads off our class.
We'd also like to congratulate TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. They are also your premier breeder and premier exhibitor. Congratulations once again to the TNT Simmental team. Results of class number 59 of your Fleck Effect Bowls. In first place goes to entry number 455, King Gator M3, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. In second place, entry number 454, ADTF BLT Red Patriot, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm of Cleveland, Georgia. Now exhibiting in the ring is class number 60 of your Fleck Effect Bowls.
Really nice single entry bull here, a bull that has some shape. He has some turn to his quarter. He has some width down his top, and yet he's got really smooth jointed bull, a bull that gets out and travels pretty adequately for us today. Just a really nice bull. He sure could have stood some competition out here.
And your Class 60 winner goes to entry number 456, High Tech Mastermind 101M, exhibited by High Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada.
Not a lot of numbers here in our Fleck Effect Bull Calf show, but I think we had some real quality. I think our class winners and our respective second, these bulls all kind of come to the top, and I sure appreciate them for their good qualities. Zane will go out and show you the one we like today and the reserve.
Congratulations, your grand champion of Fleck Effect Bowl goes to entry number 456, High Tech Mastermind 101M, exhibited by High Tech Farms of Ontario, Canada. Your reserve grand champion of Fleck Effect Bowl goes to entry number 455, King Gator M3, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana.
Awful nice single entry here in this pair class. You really appreciate this young female for the job she's doing with that heifer calf. You like the quality to that udder. A young female that has some base width. She has some correctness to her feet and legs. Just an excellent single entry. Sure could have stood some competition out here.
Congratulations, your grand champion of Fleck Effect pair from class number 61 goes to entry number 457, owned and exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm and Dwayne and Connie Turner of Cleveland, Georgia. Now entering the ring will be the selection of your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Fleck Effect Heifer. Your Class 62 winner went to entry number 451, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm and Dwayne and Connie Turner of Cleveland, Georgia. Your Class 63 winner went to entry number 452, exhibited by Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Your Class 64 winner went to entry number 453, exhibited by Mackenzie Solons of Georgia. And ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to conclude here with your Grand Champion Fleck Effect Heifer, please put your hands together today for our judge, Mr. Brian Barradry, all the way from Montana, and his son. Big thanks to these two judges for coming today and judging at your 2024 North American Simmental Show.
We move into our selection of our champion and our Fleck Effect show. I think we got three outstanding individuals out here. We've got a really nice young late spring calf out here, heifer calf that's really extended in her makeup. She's got some nice lines to her. She's adequate in terms of her thickness, just a real nice female. A little more powerfully constructed female here in our fall division, a female that has that added bone and that added width and thickness. A little more mature maybe than our heifer that leads off there in that first division, but I think a real powerful individual. And we follow up with a late fall 2-year-old that you really appreciate for her freshness, her extension out through that front end. You love how level she is through her top. Just a really nice individual. We're going to take one more look, and Zane will go show you the way we like them today.
Congratulations, your Grand Champion of Fleck Effect Heifer goes to entry number 452, and also your Premier Breeder goes to Amber Morris of Marengo, Indiana. Congratulations, Amber. Your Reserve Grand Champion of Fleck Effect Heifer goes to entry number 451, exhibited by TNT Simmental Farm and Dwayne and Connie Turner of Cleveland, Georgia. We'd also like to congratulate TNT Simmental Farm. You are the premier exhibitor here at this year's North American. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your attendance here today on Tuesday here at the 2024 North American International Livestock Exposition. We greatly appreciate your attendance, and we will see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. here in Freedom Hall.